बालाजी सर।
अगर हम 2 साल पहले ही गए।
All of you able to hear me? Participants? Am I audible?
Yeah, it's audible.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm hearing everyone. Yes. Just wait for a moment. The vice chancellor of both the universities is here to join. Okay. All of you unmute this. So probably our program will start in another 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Sorry, உங்களுக்கு கால் பண்ணா மெயில் கிடைச்சிச்சு. Okay. I said I asked I said everybody would join. Okay. சொல்லுங்க மேடம். ஆமாமா. இல்ல எனக்கு பிசிக்கல் கிளாஸ் எதுவுமே இல்லை, எல்லாமே ஆன்லைன் கிளாஸ் தான். ஆமா, நான் டைமிங் சொல்லிருக்கேன் பாத்தீங்களா, நான் வந்து வெட்னஸ்டே Thursday இல்லைங்களா, ஃப்ரைடே கிளாஸ் இல்ல.
சார் பாலாஜி சார், நீங்க அன்மியூட் பண்ணி பேசிட்டு இருக்கீங்க.
All participants are able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Participants actually are kindly requested to switch on your camera for some time because the vice chancellor is going to address the meeting. So I think on that time at least everyone can be in online. Okay. All of you requested to switch on your cam, but you have to unmute your mic.
Sir,
Yes.
Balaji sir, that somebody is
Sir.
asking that sound, sir, is coming whenever people joining. That sound, that can be any possibilities that switch off.
I'll try to do it, sir.
That, disable the sound, sir. Disable the sound
Yes.
of. But be careful, sir, when you are doing it.
Just a minute. Sir, good morning, sir. Balaji here, sir.
Balaji, good.
Sir, Raju, sir,
Yes.
sir joined, sir.
Can you see me?
Sir,
Can you
good
Hi,
morning.
sir. I'm seeing you, sir. You're
Good
all
morning.
good, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
morning, Professor Rajgopal. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, Vice Chancellor will join within 2 minutes, sir.
Sure.
Sir, join. Sir, Vice Chancellor join. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Switch off பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? So just 2 minutes, sir. Vijay is joining, sir.
No problem, Balaji.
ஸ்பீக்கர் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிட்டாமா
எடுத்துட்டு தொடங்க. இல்ல பேக் சைடு போடுங்க. பேக் சைடு போடுங்க. போட்டுருவோம்.
Sir, Vice Chancellor joined, sir, actually, already joined. Jyoti, this thing, sir, Jyoti ji. Sir, our Vice Chancellor has joined already. In the Jyoti ji.
I am online.
Ah, sir.
Ituja.
Okay, sir.
Sir,
Okay, sir. Good morning,
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Morning to all.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Sir. Induja?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sir,
Please.
we'll start, right, sir?
A very good morning to one and all. Some of the most influential thinkers of our time in the subject of economics, like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and Alfred Marshall, were often constrained by a lack of data which we have in abundance today. As a researcher, a policy analyst, and a student, it is crucial to understand how to make use of this data. Thus, it is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the inaugural session of the online faculty development program on data analysis using econometric models, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning Academy, hosted by the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu. On this momentous occasion, we have with us today Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu, guest of honor Professor N. Bhanumurthy, Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics, University, Bengaluru, and the program, Dr. N. Rajagopal, Head of the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu, and the program coordinator, Dr. B. Balaji, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rajagopal sir to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the 5-day FDP program organized by the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu. A brief introduction about the program. Historically, the mathematical rigor in economic theory was recorded in the writings of Jevons, Menger, and Walras from the 1870s onwards, especially with the emergence of marginalism. The legacy of the application of data become an integral part of economics to derive meaningful and objective conclusions. The data sources such as NFHS, CMI, Labor Survey, Indian Statistical Organization, RBI, World Bank reports become a vital part of economic analysis to understand the trends and patterns of economic growth and its variables despite many shortcomings. The FDP on data analysis using econometric models is significant in this context. It has been designed to cover the econometric techniques from the basics to an advanced level by highlighting its scope and shortcomings. The resource persons of the program are highly expertise in the field. I'm sure that the 5-day program will be benefited the diversified participants. The topics covered are data estimation, univariate and multivariate time series, volatility models, panel data estimation, quantitative response model, DEA models, structural equation modeling, etc. Today, with us, two eminent academicians. First, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Krishnan, an eminent scientist, and Professor N.R. Bhanumurthy, Vice Chancellor of B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics, University of Bengaluru, an eminent economist. I'm happy to introduce Professor M. Krishnan, who served as Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamaraj University before his appointment at CUTN and recipients of Indian National Science Academy Award, Young Scientist Award, Czech Academic Fellowship Award, Commonwealth Fellowship Award, etc. He spent his dedicated long career as professor at Bharathidasan University and also served in Central University of Rajasthan in various professional capacities. He is a visiting scientist in UK, Hungary, and Germany. More importantly, one must admire by looking his citation indexes as 2081 with a H index of 21 and I-10 index of 49 as of today. He has produced more than 200 articles in reputed journals and is a supervisor to more than 20 PhD scholars. Our Vice Chancellor always reminds us about the relevance of data in improving the ranking of CUTN in terms of ISHE, NIRF, NAC, and NAC. Sir always made us to think about how scientific research can be largely benefited and benefited the humanities, especially those who are with us in surrounding villages of our university. There has been a guiding source of inspiration to our faculty, staff, and students. We are very fortunate to have an eminent scientist with a human compassion as our Vice Chancellor. I'm sure that his vision to elevate the status of Central University of Tamil Nadu as University of Eminence will come true very soon. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and give a felicitation address. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would also like to introduce Professor N.R. Bhanumurthy, who is an internationally reputed economist who did his PhD in economics from Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore. He worked in reputed institutions such as the Institute of Economic Growth, Delhi, and international organizations such as UNDP, UNESCO, McGill University, etc. As a consultant at UNDP, ILO, and ADB, and World Bank, his forecasting in the area of macroeconomics has been noticeable. He has been actively involved in various projects related to Millennium Development Goals with the international organizations. His economic policy directions as a member of Committee on Macroeconomic Changes, National Statistical Commissions, and Advisory Committee on National Account Statistics, Central Statistical Organization, Planning Commission, RBI, etc. are highly relevant. His recent observations about the development and growth of Tamil Nadu by sharing his views during an interview in Hindu newspaper is noticeable. He says, there is a fine balance between development and growth in Tamil Nadu. The state's performance in the social sector has been complete and complemented by a similar showing on economic factors. Several measures, including midday meal schemes, have been scaled up, not just across the country, but also at the international level. A positive signal about the future of development of Tamil Nadu. Professor N.R. Bhanimurthy is an expert in the subject of macroeconomics and econometrics, especially in time series analysis. His contributions are mainly in the area of economic and financial modeling. This is evident from his contributions such as reputed journals, Economic Modeling, International Journal of Economic Policies and Emerging Economies, Asian Development Review, the Indian Economic Journal, Economic and Political Weekly, Yojana, etc. We express our sincere thanks to Professor N.R. Bhanimurthy for accepting our invitation for delivering the inaugural address. The Development Economics of CUTN also would like to have academic collaboration with you, sir, and also with the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics in the future. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rajgopal. Thank you so much.
I also welcome all our statutory officers, registrar for their presence. I Professor P. Velmurugan. I welcome Dr. Balaji, coordinator of the program, who himself has been involved in econometric modeling and time series analysis. Thank you very much, sirs. I welcome all the resource persons who were proved to their expertise in econometric modeling. I welcome all the participants from various places and student coordinator, Ms. Induja Thambi, for second MA economics. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Over to Induja Thambi.
Now, I would like to invite Professor N. Krishnan, sir, to deliver the felicitation address.
My dear and respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor N.R. Bhanimurthy, Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics, University, Bangalore, and my dear friend, Professor Dr. N. Rajagopal, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur, and Dr. Balaji, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur, and my dear respected faculty members from various departments and participants from various parts of the country. Good morning to one and all. I am so happy to participate in this wonderful FDP program on data analysis using econometrics model. And also, rather than delivering some felicitation or inaugural address, I want to know that how the Department of Economics is going to involve in this particular topic. And also, through the experts, I want to know that how really the Indian economy is analyzed by the econometrics models. That is a very important thing. Even I want to learn from this FDP program. Apart from that, if I want to briefly speak about the economy of India, there are so many problems. Usually we are talking because recently our Honorable Finance Minister presented that budget where they are concentrating different agenda. For example, India, the low per capita income, how they are going to increase that. The low per capita income, or each person, how they are going to get a proper income in India. Then most of that huge population depends on the agriculture. How we have to improve the agriculture to improve the economy. Then we have that, I think, very few countries where we have that a specific problem, like heavy population pressure. That is that very specific to India. Then unemployment problem and also underemployment problem. We have to think about it. Then inequality of wealth distribution. That is a very dangerous one. Whenever we are talking about economy, this particular point we have to think about more. Then the poor quality of the human capital. These are that very important point regularly when we are talking about Indian economy, we are discussing that. But as Rajagopal rightly told that, when we are going to discuss with some matter, either poor quality of human capital or inequality of wealth distribution, etc., etc., what we are looking for is a real data. So the real data is very much important for analysis. But how we are coming to the conclusion by having that data, that analysis should go for proper way. The econometrics when I was at Madurai, a few colleges started the econometrics program, but takers are very less. Why? Because the economic students are studying economics because they don't like mathematics. But when they are coming to economics, they have to study statistics. Without statistics, you can't fulfill the aim of the econometrics. I think all my participants, they will accept it. In Madurai, even you can say, take other side, we biologists, we are as a biology courses because we don't like mathematics. But when we are collecting the data, for example, you can take my research. We want to improve the sericulture industry or silk production in India. Why? Because we are in the second rank when compared to the country of throughout the world. First is China. But when we are doing something to improve that sericulture industry, nobody will believe that. When I am not, when I am not applying the statistics in my data. So that time I am going to the statistics department to learn the basic statistics. And then I want to apply that. Why I want to tell that? Even though you are doing a lot of research by spending a lot of money in biological sciences, but when we want to put the data for the public, we need statistics. I'm talking about any biological area. But now, the people in economic platform, they have to learn now statistics. When they are learning statistics properly, and then they are applying to the economic related data, then it's going to called as econometrics, if I am right. So the econometrics is going to play a major role. When I am going through that, what are the program they are applying? They are applying that a simple regression. I can say that how you can analyze that. A simple family income and expenditure, we apply the regression. But when you are asking the question, is it possible to fit the regression analysis in almost all the data? No, it's not possible. Whenever you are going to get the multiple entry, then we are going for the multiple regression analysis for rank analysis or ranking data and so much so forth. I don't want to get into the detail. So like that, we have lot of programs. For example, you have linear, then you have the profit analysis, then you have logit, then you have topit, then you have arima, then you have the co-integration of data, and I think lot of now softwares and that programs are coming out where you can apply to the economics. Then you have to give the reality on the data to the public or to the government to make the policy. So this FDP program sponsored by ACT, the 5 days program, I know that the professor like Bhanumurthy can give more idea about how we can apply the simple statistics, because my young teachers, they have to learn from the scratch. So they can explain that how a basic statistics can apply to analysis that data, what they have collected from the field. Even today, 1 week before, I could see that a great personality of an economist, Dr. Anant Narayanan, appointed as an economic advisor of Government of India. I don't know how many of you people know that. He came from a small village, studied in American college, Madurai, and now he elevated to this level only because he can analyze any data properly and he can help that government or any private sector to frame the policy. That is a very, very important thing. The policy, what I can say that, one example, I don't want to take much time. One example I can say that in the July to September 21-22, where they are they are analyzing the GDP 8.4. But when they are analyzing the second quarter, by using your econometrics, by projecting the data, but it's not correlating properly. Then they have to tell that why. Why the projecting data is not true. What is the problem? What are the factors how to take it properly to analyze the data? But I told that multiple regression, how we can go for that. So these type of analysis we have to, if you want to analyze that per capita income, we have to calculate the industry, we have to calculate the population, we have to calculate that the production and everything. We have to come together and we have to say that how it's going to impact on that. Because you know that economic teachers, they know that how GDP is going to play a major role in Indian economy. Even I have one example in one of my teacher in Bharidasan University. I think you heard about that, Professor Arthraya. He is actually basically an engineer, BTech in engineer, who completed the degree in US, and he joined, MA Economics, did the PhD in economics. He is a well-known economist in India. Any financial discussion, you can see him as a participant or as a reviewer. Why? Because he knows that the engineering and also that economics. So only our new education policy is also proposing that you have to study the multidisciplinary, then only you can come to that final discussion very easily. So Mr. Rajagopal, I think he did lot of the program, lot of work to invite the great experts for this FDP program. And he tried to give all the ideas about the data analysis and how you can put the data into econometrics and how you can recommend some policy to either private sector or the government sector. So these are the things you have to discuss in this meeting, because this program is sponsored by AICT. Professor Rajagopal should give you a proper recommendations or output of this FDP program to the government. Then only the program is successful. I request that my teachers, participant, kindly keen on your participation in this program. You ask more questions, you can have more discussion, then only the program is very successful. With this, once again, I thank Rajagopal and his team for giving wonderful opportunity to give the inaugural address for this wonderful conference, and I can say FDP program. So I am looking for a real output from this FDP program and with some recommendation. Because you know that everywhere we have the problem in economy because of that, because of the COVID. Even small, town like Madurai, where we have all the laborers from outside the state, but they had gone because of the COVID. Now we are inviting the people again to Madurai to improve the economy of Madurai. One example I am telling about it. So like that, when we want to talk about the economy, we have to talk so many things. I don't know, the 5 days is enough to discuss this type of topic. So thank you very much for giving the wonderful opportunity. And I wish you have all the success by this 5 days program. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Induja? Yeah, unmute your mic. Induja, unmute your mic. Induja?
Hello.
Induja, unmute your mic.
Kindly tell through the mobile. I don't know. Because our chief guest is waiting.
Sir, just a minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering the felicitation address. And within a few minutes, making us understand the importance of data, not only in economics, but in biology and the use of econometric tools. And we hope to gain a lot of knowledge from the FDP 5-day program. Now, I would like to invite Professor Bhanumurthy, sir, to deliver the felicitation address, inaugural address. Thank you.
India has achieved a landmark of 130% from vaccination.
Unmute பண்ணுங்க.
Yeah, now I think. Thank you so much.
Unmute பண்ணுங்க.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We are hearing you, sir.
Sir,
Thank you so much.
Sir Rajagopal, sir,
Sir.
kindly give 2 important instructions to the participants. Number 1, when somebody is speaking, they have to mute the mic. Number 2, everybody should come through the video. Then only that even that experts, they can give you a very good delivery. Because so many people, they are not showing their video. Right? These 2 instructions very important when you are going for online programs. Please, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. And Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor Krishnan, Dr. Rajagopal, Dr. Balaji, other faculty friends, and participants. First of all, I would like to thank CUTN for inviting me to this inaugural session. And I'm doubly happy that I'm sharing this inaugural session with Professor Krishnan. In fact, I don't know whether Professor Krishnan remembers 2 years back, we had a huge conference in Madurai Kamaraj University.
I know. I mean, I can recall your face, sir. No problem.
Yeah. So, and I think it's an honor to be part of this inaugural session with Professor Krishnan. And I'm also like to congratulate the department for initiating this 5-day FDP. And actually, this is the need of the hour, as Professor Krishnan really very nicely put it. I think this is the need of the hour, especially when we are talking about economics, when you're talking about revival of the economy, when you're talking about revival of the jobs. So I think everywhere now it's basically economics becomes a very important aspect in day-to-day life and also in the public policy. And so I would say this is a very timely FDP that CUTN is organizing. Regarding the topic data analysis using econometric methods and models, and of course I have seen the course structure and it's really well structured, and I'm sure the participants at the end of 5 days you will have you will come out with more you will become more wiser than what you are today right now. And in fact, Professor Krishnan already given you challenge that you need to come out with something at the end of 5 days. I don't know whether you have any kind of presentation at the end. Maybe that will be very useful for the whole program and also for the participants. In terms of the topic, I'm not going to give a very long thing because the next 5 days is going to be very long classes and a lot of heavy techniques and data that's going to be used. But I would like to share few things that based on my own experience for the past two decades, the challenges that as a researchers that we face, and also in terms of the challenges that the public policy makers face. And in both these, I think data becomes extremely important, and that's where we need to really have expertise in dealing with those databases. I don't want to say that there are three types of data, and you have some methods and models where you have some software, and these are the things that's happening in our regular curriculum. But I think when it comes to the public policy world, I think the challenges are very many. Not just writing, estimating regression or publishing articles. This all will help you to get jobs, but I think when it comes to public policy to make the impactful research, I think that needs a completely a different expertise other than in addition to the expertise that we are going to get in the next 5-day FDP. See, ultimately the data is used for a simple thing. It's like any data that you are really looking for is basically trying to see you want to use the data for forecasting purposes. Without our knowledge, you see, in day-to-day also, we keep making a lot of forecast, right? We know that sun will rise in the east, and it rises at 6 o'clock or 6:30, and these are all the predictions that we make every day. You also know that at what time you have to start from your house if you want to really reach your department by 9 o'clock. So all these things we keep making this forecast and the econometrics day in and day out. And most of the things are not really based on structured data. And basically, the past experience, the past behavior you are using for predicting your current and the future. So in that sense, it's very important to realize that we keep making forecasts day in and day out. But what we do in economics or econometrics is that there are some theories, right? And then you always want to keep checking whether those theories are acceptable in your region, acceptable in the period that we are living now. So whether if that is acceptable, then we'll see that whether that same relationship can be used for future purpose. I think this is exactly what we do. We always say that some parameter is significant at some level. Those are all estimates based on the sample, right? Which is already been the data period. For example, you're taking last 30 years, that is actually completed information, right? We have already experienced that. And now what we're doing is we're using the 30 years data to really see whether some relationships are still worth, and if that relationship will work, whether we can use it for next period. I'll just give you one simple example. You know, you have something like investment function, right? We know that there are many variables are there in the investment function, like investments depends on many aspects, right? Including the interest rates and, you know, the demand, and there are many other things when what we read in the textbooks. So if you look at the tomorrow, the RBI has a monetary policy committee. I'm just trying to put it in perspective that RBI has, you know, monetary policy committee meeting from tomorrow, and on Thursday they will come out with some decision whether the interest rate should go up or should come down, and all sorts of things. Now one needs to really understand, and in fact that's a live policy in discussion. In fact, Dr. Balaji, you can have some discussion on the RBI monetary policy maybe on Thursday, and see why they took that kind of a decision. And you know, these are all based on econometrics. Now the RBI should reduce the interest rates or hike the interest rates, and they need to really see if they hike interest rate, what will happen to the inflation or private investments or the recovery process that we are talking about. And similarly, if they want to really control inflation, what is that they need to do? Do they need to just hike the interest rates? So these are all based on the beta coefficient that we keep estimating day in and day out, right? And assuming that they are relevant, then you make a policy saying that now if you think that if you follow the simple textbooks, it says that there is a negative relationship between investments and the interest rate, right? Now, if you say that, you know, if you increase the interest rates, then you say that the investments are going to come down, right? And then we know that what will happen to the GDP growth. So all these things, if you follow the textbook, many times you might go wrong, okay? And I keep saying that empirical macroeconomics is very different from theoretical macroeconomics, and you need to really keep testing day in and day out if you want to really do a credible macro monetary policies in this country. So with that, what to say, caution, I urge all of you to really look at data a little more carefully. The databases, you know, we are talking about data analysis using econometric models. But I think it's very important for the students of economics to really look at the data itself first. Okay, there is so much of data everybody say, right? There is, there's a daily data, monthly data, hourly data, tick by tick data in the financial markets, and then you have data for poverty, unemployment. There are so much of data everywhere, especially because of the technology. Right now we have much more databases. Now we talk about something called big data. I really don't know what does it mean by big data. So there are so much of data available, and before you get into econometrics and all those things, I think it's very important to really look at what exactly the data that we are looking for, and how is that produced, and what kind of data that we have to really analyze the kind of thing that we are talking about. And in fact, that legendary statistician, Professor C.R. Rao, very clearly mentioned the numbers has some life. One needs to really think, the numbers has some life behind it. Just by putting zero, now there are many places I know in the databases, when there is no information, they'll put zero, right? Otherwise, you cannot estimate any OLS, because if there are data gaps, then you cannot use that data for estimation of any of your simple regression. So many times people start putting zero, even in the data sources I'm talking about, assuming that there is no value for zero, right? I think it's very important to understand numbers have a life and value. Okay, once you have that kind of an understanding, then you can actually go for any kind of analysis. Most of the times, as again, now that I have spent 20 years in this profession, one small suggestion that I would like to tell to all the participants is that before you go to any software or OLS or anything, just look at the data, raw data, and see, you simply plot the data, okay? You simply plot the data, and by just looking at the data itself, you can make out what kind of a underlying behavior that series has, okay? Now, if it is a trend line, there is no interest in that, okay? Now there is a trend line, whatever OLS you estimate, whatever the, dependent variable or independent variable that you want to put and estimate, there is no fun in that data which is just a straight line. Okay. Now all the econometrics have actually grown because most of the data are not straight line, and there are a lot of fluctuations and there are a lot of turning points. So the whole study, the whole the study of statistics or econometrics is actually to look at, understand the turning points. Okay, so you need to really understand the turning points. Okay, now when the turning points are the bread and butter of statistics and econometrics, I think that's something that you need to keep in mind. Now, when sometimes we estimate a regression, if our regression line doesn't capture the turning point, and there is a they will say in the class also, they will say you put a dummy variable. Okay, but the dummy variable, whatever the dummy variable, that dummy variable will give you more information than the estimates of beta that you have done for other independent variables. So you have to keep that in mind. It is not the estimates, it is the residual series that tells you the kind of a behavior in the overall relationship. So, and you don't find these things in any textbook. I'm telling you from my own experience, I think the residual series is the one which we need to keep in mind when we do this kind of analysis, because once you understand the residuals, and you actually minimize the residual, right? And then once you minimize the residual, then you know what to forecast in the T+1 period. So I think you have to keep in mind the graphs, you have to keep in mind in the residuals and the errors in the data, and you have to look at what kind of data that we are really looking at in our estimation. Right now in our department, right now, I'm sure in CET and also, there are a lot of focus on econometrics for using analyzing the big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So these are the things in things right now, and which are very important for market research. And in fact, the big data is used even for inflation forecast. Okay, even the example Professor Krishna has given, even the big data is used to understand the migration issues. So there are a lot of data is available, and there are a lot of techniques. But I think behind all this data, behind techniques, I think it is a common sense. It is how you read the data, and I think it is how you understand the overall behavior becomes utmost important than simple techniques and software. A lot of people come with so much of output by using some strata or use, but one should understand why you need this much of output and this much of estimations. If you're not able to understand the underlying behavior of the series that you are looking at, particularly the dependent variable. So, but most importantly, I have a couple of minutes now. In India, I think some of us need to spend more time on analyzing the whole data producing mechanism, right? You need to really look at what exactly the Ministry of Statistics is doing. There are a lot of discussion in the last 5-6 years with regard to GDP, right? There's so much of controversy about GDP estimation, and there's so much of controversy about poverty estimates. There's so much of controversy about unemployment and employment estimates. But I think these are all continuous process. It is nothing to do with this government or that government. And in fact, we had in the late 90s, we had it's something called Great Indian Poverty Debate. India and poverty estimates have become a very, very important discussion point in the global arena. So in a sense, India has been part of this growth of statistics, and I think as students of economics and statistics, one needs to really look at what kind of statistics that we are looking for, what kind of statistics we are trying to analyze before we go for any kind of models. And again, one small point I'll tell and stop. I'm sure all of you know there is something called randomized evaluation techniques that's coming up, RCTs, right? For which Professor Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo got Nobel Prize. And if you look at that whole, that RCT concept, ultimately they use only student T statistic. You need to keep in mind. They use only that what is called student T statistics, which is the first lesson in the statistics. But the large part of the work actually goes in, generating the data over a period of time. And I think the 90% or 95% of the work involved in production of the data from the ground. I think that is the major part of the story, and that just estimation of student T statistics is just 5% of the overall analysis that they do. Now RCT have become widely used in the public policy making, but 95% of that RCT is on data generation. I think so. That's so my mute point is before you get into high funded econometrics models and forecasting and all those things, I think you need to clearly look at what kind of data that we are using, and that will give you more insights. And it makes you much more easy for you to really analyze whatever the models that you are estimating after that. So with that, I would like to thank CUTN for giving me this opportunity, and I'll be happy to come back whenever some time is available, and then again can share. Today I had to rush because for some meeting. Apologies for that, but otherwise I'll be happy to be connected with this FDP in the next 5 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. As a student today, we do have the advantage of data. As a researcher, we do have data which a lot of people did not have earlier in economics. But to make it clear through this short session, how to use it and how it is important to not only have data, but to properly use it to our advantage. Thank you, sir, for the session. Now, I would like to invite Dr. B. Balaji, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, sir. It's a great honor to have asked to offer a vote of thanks for such an occasion, such an academic event. It's a great honor for me. On the Department of Economics, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Krishnan. Whenever we approach him with such a program, he's always constantly supporting us, and he always encourages us to go ahead. So we are very thankful for you, sir. Then I just want to convey my sincere thanks to Dr. N.R. Banamuthi, sir. I started my career in econometrics because of attending one of his FDPs in the year 2007 when I was doing my PhD in Pondicherry University. That is the starting point for where I am now. So, still I'm remembering what you taught us, sir. So I take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of the Department of Economics, not only department as well as my own personal thank you for you, sir. In addition to that, I want to thank all our statutory officers, registrar and others for constantly supporting us in such a programs. Also, I want to thank our another department, our faculty members and students in our own department who is always back up us for organizing such a program. Last but not least, I have my sincere thanks to the participants who really showed their interest to attend such an FDP. Without them, the program will not be reach their level of success. Further, a big thanks to Induja for anchoring this program, not only today, for the rest of the days also. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Participant can wait. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All of you? Am I audible? Participants?
Yeah, yes, audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Actually,
Yes, sir.
yes. Good morning, everyone. Actually, our second session will be start by 2. I think all of you got your. I hope that all of you received your schedules, right? So if you have any queries, just post in the group. One more thing I want to tell you that generally, as a teachers as well as the researchers, you may not like to deliver with just looking at the monitor. Sometimes if the resource person is very much insisting of switching on the cam, you are supposed to switch on your cam. Okay. Get my point. So generally we are not asking to switch on your cam, but if the if the resource person wants to present in the screen by switching on the cam, you people are supposed to be. You all know, most of your teachers, right? So you know how hard it's to deliver by looking at simply monitor without looking at the student's face, right? So don't give that toughness to the resource persons. So please try to be online. See, even the vice chancellor is insisting to go. Excuse me. Yeah, even the vice chancellor is very specific to go with the cam is supposed to push it on. So I hope that you people may not push us to stress you people to do so. Even I get some what to say? I get some concession by people that they want to switch on the cam. I don't have much issues, but if the resource person is very particular, you are supposed to switch on your cam. I don't have any choice. Okay, the first point. Second point is all of you join in time. Today also people are joining very late. You might have experienced that. It's a very bad attitude, I feel. Okay, so resource person may not be happy with that. Once the resource person, you people must be there before the resource person will join. You're all teachers, right? Researchers, young mind. Okay, so I don't want to tell point by point of things. Okay. So we have put our serious efforts and toughness to get resource persons. So you look at the schedule, you can see how resource persons are, how much resource persons are very important in the field of econometrics. So I request you all to make use of the session because as I said in the session, I start my career by attending such a program. Okay, it's not simply for FDP. At the end of the 5 years day, it is not the certificate is the output, it's you is an output. Whatever you learn in this program is an output. Okay. So don't think that if you only for the certificate, and you obviously you're going to get the certificate, it doesn't matter. But if you really look in the lab, looking for the knowledge, please make use of it. Okay. Yeah, some persons are asking the questions. I will try to answer that now itself. So if you have any difficulties in joining any other issues, please let me know early. Okay. Today, I think we can close because as Bhanumati sir rightly pointed out, the session was planned for 1.5 hours, but unfortunately, he has another meeting to join, ministry meeting, so he wants to rush up. So he minimizes his talk. So we push to close the session by now. In the second session, first off is going to be handled by Professor Binda Vasanathan from Madras School of Economics. She is one of the renowned econometrician as well as data analysts in the country. So I request all of you, please attend in time. Okay. So with this, I can close the session. What are the questions asked here? I can, if everybody wants to hear it, I don't have any issues. Otherwise, those who want to leave can leave. I can answer this question. Yeah, first thing is somebody is asking about which one? Yeah, SPSS. Yeah, actually, somebody is asking whether SPSS is a good software for doing econometric models. Tomorrow morning we are going to have a session on packages. Okay, exclusively on packages what we are going to use in econometric analysis. In that, I will answer this question. I want to show you before if I start answering this question, you may not able to understand what it is. So we have to classify the data. Depends upon the models only we can choose the packages also. So packages may play a very important role in your analysis part. So I will answer this question tomorrow. Second question is general assumption of normality of data is assumed linear, but most of the actual financial data flows is distributed. So that how, yeah. See, that is what even Bhanumati answered this question. The first and foremost important thing in any data analysis is plotting the data. Okay. You have to plot the data, then only you can see the nature of the data. Okay. One of the interesting and the most important point you have to remember is that the data will speak for themselves. Okay, the data itself will tell you what type of model you are supposed to approach. Okay, you don't, you are not supposed to start with some prejudiced model in your mind. Okay, you can't ask the data to work on that model. The data will only tell you what type of model you have to use. Okay. The first thing is you have to plot the data. I'll show you small examples. Okay. Then you can understand how important plotting the data is all about. Okay. So generally we have an assumption, as one of us rightly pointed out. Theoretical econometrics is completely different from the practical economics. Okay. You need a common sense. So even though models may tell you a lot of things, but you have to understand the data from your common sense. So these things can be addressed while we discuss about packages and the importance of data, right? Any more questions? You can post in the chat box. Yeah, generally you look at the schedule, you can find that I keep some time for the discussion after the schedules are over, okay? That interaction is not with the resource person, that interaction with me. I can generally try my best to answer your questions. So I will pick some important questions that will be answered by the resource person only for 15 minutes, okay? If you need anything more apart from that, yeah, I'm open. We can have a discussion after 4:30. Okay, this is my plan. If you need any changes here and there, let me know. We can plan accordingly, but don't come and say at the beginning of the session. I don't want the resource person to get annoyed. Okay, so we put a lot of efforts to get these people because people are very busy nowadays. It's the success of this program also depends upon you, not only us. Okay, partly, almost more to 70% from your side only. So I hope that everyone will be cooperative and make this program a grand success, right? So if you all the instructions are shared with you already. Okay, we have a limited access here. So attendance, I don't have any role. Whatever attendance you are having depends upon that only you are permitted to write your exams. Based on your exams only your certificate will be issued. Okay, so all of you be present. I don't want simply a physical presence. I want your full presence here. Hope that everyone will cooperate. So I will close the session. My time is 11:50. So try to be joined at least by 1:50. Okay. Got it? If you have any questions, just please post in the group. Yeah, all of you will leave now. Yes. Any questions? So today program, I saw only some 20 people are switching their camp. Rest of them, or I don't know where these people are. Only physical presence is there. Please don't repeat it again. It's going to be very much irritated for the resource person. I hope you can understand. You might have experienced this. Okay. Don't give that experience to the resource person. Right? Okay then. Please take your leave. We'll meet at 1:50 by on time. Okay. Hi Mahindra. Hi Silvaraj.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir. Hi. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm fine. I know some of you people. So let us have a formal introduction for all of us.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, maybe in the afternoon.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Hi Madhava.
Hi, sir.
Yes. Okay then. We can close it. We can meet in the afternoon. Right?
Okay, sir.
Sir, all the best.
Yeah. Thank you, Silvaraj. Yeah, we can leave the meeting now. Thank you. The WebEx link may not be closed, okay? We are in recording process, so the recording will be going on. You can leave the meeting. Once you join, it will automatically got recorded, right? Yeah. Here, you may leave, everyone. Revati, base data analysis, most of you can leave. Unmatu, Ranan? Yeah. Everyone can leave. We can meet at 12:1:50.
Okay, sir. I will return down to 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Hello, Damodaran sir. Morning.
By having tools to process it, you'll be able to recover more quickly and shine like the professional you are.
Notice that your screen तो अब बैठा है कृपया आपण डायल केलेला नंबर तपासा आप
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for signing on to the side. Hello, sir. I wanted to confirm on the last week we had the interview. When the next step would be updating on the US step and that is okay. 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 And the second round, what will be the delay? I just wanted to understand. The first one will take you to the Friday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This Friday, Saturday, so every time money go every time carbon anytime just next time one do okay no problem. ஆனா செகண்ட் ரவுண்ட்ல என்ன இருக்கு லாஸ்ட் ஓகே சரி ஓகே எனி ஸ்பெசிபிக் டீச்சிங் ஏதாவது பண்ணணுமா? ஏன்னா ஒருத்தர் டீச்சிங்லாம் இருக்கும் இல்லையா, அதனால கேட்குறேன். சரி இல்லை ஏன்னா நோ ப்ராப்ளம் அதுதான் சரி சரி நோ ப்ராப்ளம். வெள்ளிக்கிழமை இல்லைன்னா அவ்வளோதான். வெள்ளிக்கிழமை சனிக்கிழமை ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை இல்லை. தேங்க்யூ சார். अच्छा ओके नो प्रॉब्लम ரொம்ப நன்றி தேங்க்யூ சார். 03970. Hello. Hello. Yes, is it? Yes, sir. Hello. No. I didn't leave the message. I told you, no, my camera is actually was broken. Sorry, sir. I misunderstood. Sorry. 100%. My apologies. Sorry, sir. No, I'm sorry for that. No problem. Yeah, and so the camera or the problem or the I was little hectic feeling. Yeah, I didn't follow. I think I didn't see it properly or I didn't hear it properly. That's my mistake. No, actually, I am from Mumbai and I am from Kumbakonam. I am basically born and brought up in Bombay. I am from and I'm currently doing my PhD from Bajaj, General Bajaj, on the area of data science and the adoption of technology in small businesses, especially the data science technology. That is my thesis on. And I teach in Bajaj also. I'm faculty there. I teach data science. And I was wanting to learn more about the deployment of SPSS, and that was the reason I wanted to understand this better. SPSS, sorry, SM, structural equation model. நீங்க சார் திருவாரூர்னா அதுவும் பக்கத்தில் நான் கிடைச்சேன். Right. I will be joining at 1:50. Thank you for the point. Noted. हेलो सर, गुड आफ्टरनून, कैसे हो? अच्छा सर, मुझे एक पूछना था, अपना सिम नंबर क्या होता है सर? CIN नंबर? अच्छा, तो बैंक का नहीं है क्या? क्या होता है? BSR कोड क्या है अपना? ये 27। अच्छा, तो मुझे एक चीज पूछना था सर, अभी एक तो आपको कभी मिल सकता हूँ, कल परसों में मिलने आऊँ क्या? नहीं, वो अपने मुद्रा तो पूरा वर्किंग और वो सर्टिफिकेट बैंक स्टेटमेंट सब कर दिया, तो मैं बोला आपसे एक बार मिल लेता हूँ, तो सबमिट कर देता हूँ ना। मेल कर दूँ आपको आज? ठीक कर दिया है। और वो एक पूछना था, दूसरा मुझे यही पूछना था। हाँ ठीक है, वही था। और ये एक्चुअली एक वेंडर है जो अपना वी फास्ट कोरियर जैसा, तो वो रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए उन्होंने बैंक डिटेल्स पूछा, तो मैंने तो करंट अकाउंट डाल दिया था। तो स्विफ्ट कोड था हमारा कुछ BB397 है शायद, तो वो मैंने डाल दिया। सिम नंबर में तो गलती हो गई है, मैंने ट्राई किया, BSR नंबर तो भी नहीं आ रहा है, करना चाहिए, कहाँ नहीं आ रहा। हाँ, 272409 करके है, मैंने चेक करा, वो इनवैलिड दिखा रहा है। किससे शुरू होता है वो नंबर? ही शुरू होता है या और कुछ आगे भी लिखना होता है? IOB है 002 ना? हाँ वही है, 0272409। कितना डिजिट का होता है सर? हाँ बराबर, वही मैंने किया, 0272409 इनवैलिड दिखा रहा है। सिम नंबर के लिए क्या करना है? तो अच्छा ठीक है, तो फिर कैसे करेंगे? चलो कोई बात नहीं, मैं चेक कर देता हूँ। या तो हमारा बैंक का कुछ एक कॉमन होता है क्या सिम कोड? या MICR भी वही होता है क्या? अच्छा ठीक है, ओके सर। तो मैं कभी आऊँ, डेट चेंज दोपहर के बाद आता हूँ, मैं एक बार मेल भेज देता हूँ, कल शाम को 3:30-4 बजे आ जाओ। हाँ जी, सॉरी सर। अच्छा ओके ओके, ठीक ठीक, ओके, बाकी सब ठीक है ना? ओके, थोड़ा वो लेट हो गया था 30th का डेट, काफी अभी हो गया, पेमेंट डाल दी, तो थोड़ा पेमेंट लेट आ गया था। कर लिया ओके सर, ओके, थैंक यू। नहीं आ रही। இங்கே போட்டிருக்கேன். என்ன அம்மா கிட்ட எப்ப ரெடியா இருக்கா, எப்ப பண்ணாங்க? இந்த 2 மணிக்கு போயிட்டுமா, 2 மணிக்கு வருவானாலும் ம் 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 2ல இருந்து 2:30க்குள்ள வருவோம். ஸோ 2 மணிக்கு வருவோம். ஓகே. உன்னோட நம்பர் தான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன், உனக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணா பண்ணுவோம். சொல்லு. ஆ ஆ சரி 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 இல்லை சரி. ம் 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 Bonjour. Hello? Yeah? Hello? Yes, ma'am. You got my name right after a long time. Right, tell me. I know, I got to know about it. My only thing was I'm actually traveling, so we need to bring it back to the weekend. And somebody spoke to me day before yesterday also, I told the same thing. No, I think yesterday also something. I think how many people called me, I don't know, only from Tata Capital. So I told them that I'm actually traveling and I will confirm by the end of the coming week. I know, but I'm not even traveling, man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said no, I've done it before, I know about it. No, not there. I'm back on Sunday night. Monday will be best. Yeah. Sorry. அழகு எண்ணின் நன்மாலை அம்பலப்புறா
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. The participant will join in another 5 minutes.
Yeah, I do. So should I share the screen?
Yeah, sure. Ma'am, just 5 minutes, ma'am. Once the participant join, I ask you to, you can share it, ma'am, because the session starts at 2 o'clock. They are yet to join, like
Yeah, they're about 5-6
5 minutes, ma'am. Participants, those who joined, please switch on your cam. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
Thank you. For you?
It's our pleasure, ma'am. Thanks for accepting our invitation.
Welcome.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. This.
Yes.
So, head of the department, Dr. Rajagopal, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Madam, thank you very much for accepting our invitation, madam. Thank you so much. How are you, madam?
All India. Yeah, and we are good. Still
Yeah.
online.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Moved to offline teaching still.
Yes, sir. We are also having offline, madam.
So you're participants from all over India, right?
Yes, ma'am. Everywhere, all over India, ma'am. People from academic institutions, research institutions, as well as some PhD scholars, as well as PG scholars are there.
Okay.
It's a heterogeneous group, ma'am.
So you're starting today, or how long has it been going on?
It started today only, ma'am. The first technical issue is yours only, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Fine. Yeah, because I could see it was on data, so it had to be clearly and a preliminary session.
It's a 5-day session, ma'am. Actually, from today onwards, it's over on Friday, ma'am. Friday is the last day, ma'am.
I'll share the screen then.
Please, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. It's clear, ma'am. Hinduja, I think you can start. Right.
I can start.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Hinduja?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
A very good afternoon to one and all, and welcome to the first session of the online faculty development program on data analysis using econometric models. A lot of economic data is published and sometimes on a daily basis. But who decides which statistics are useful and which are not? Why is housework not included in the national income? And why are financial data available in real time? Why to know the number of people in employment, analysts have to wait for weeks? Contrary to popular belief, both the availability and the nature of the economic statistics are closely linked to development in economic theory, the requirements of political decision makers, and each country's way of looking at itself. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to today's session on the nature and importance of economic data. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome today's speaker, Professor Brinda Vishwanathan, Associate Professor of Madras School of Economics. Previously, she was the Associate Professor at the Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru. She has a master's degree in statistics from IIT Kanpur and a PhD from Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research on the thesis, Some Econometric Issues in Consumer Behavior Analysis. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Brinda Vishwanathan ma'am to start our program.
Hinduja. It's nice to have you all and also probably the first speaker. So I think I'll probably set the tone in some sense, but I think most of the things that I'm going to discuss are fairly new and new in the sense that most of you know that last time we have, our Nobel Prize in Economics, what largely assigned to something as what we call as how we collect the data, how we organize the information in order to find answers to some important questions. And the year before that, also in 2019, also I think we had a set of I think even in so in 2019 also there was a whole lot of the emphasis to the Nobel laureate. I think one of you has to mute probably.
Participants, mute your mic, please.
Okay. So basically, so those are the ways in which we are really seeing very innovative ways in which data is being collected and organized. And my talk is actually being working around that particular aspect only. So that's how I will be giving you the nature of information that people have used. But as I'll also show you that there's quite a bit of econometrics also that gets used in order to be able to use this analysis. So therefore, increasingly there is a need not only to just use the technique, which I think many of you would, quite often like to do that, but I think equally important is to understand what is the kind of information that is available, how can I use that information very ingeniously, very smartly in order to be able to get the kind of inference that I want to draw about a certain phenomenon that I'm trying to study. Okay, so to that extent, I'm just, I will be sort of highlighting those points that we are really talking about. And as you would, many of you would know that I've been teaching at Madras School of Economics for several years. and I teach largely the course on statistics, econometrics, applied econometrics, sometimes in economic development and development economics. We have a master's program and a PhD program, and we try to sort of make our work fairly data intensive in that sense. And of course, most of our students also end up only in the analytics industry, which is also a combination of data-based, data science-based work, but using some of the methodologies that are sort of coming from the academics, they take it to the industry and apply that. Let me start with the first kind of thing that's sort of we all like to look at it, and that's basically the fact that the data sources are can be sort of broadly classified, that we try to look at it as primary survey, and the second one is the secondary survey. So that's how or secondary data set. It can be a combination of, so it need not be a survey. Whenever we try to collect the data from the primary sources, it is a survey. So which means that we go out, hand out the data, collect the data ourselves, set out the questionnaires, and then it sort of data is collected and then organized in that sense. Now, one of the major advantages of a primary survey data is also that we can collect a lot of quantitative and qualitative information, and quite often also try to collect the information through words, through text, to analysis and things like that, which we can record and then analyze and understand. So we can also have a kind of a more linguistic based approach to data collection also, which I'm also going to mention very briefly in my discussion. So when you try to look at a data set, I think one of the things that anybody wants to do is that we want to give a very unbiased assessment of the situation that we are trying to look at it. So the unbiased assessment, when we really want to talk about it, that means there should not be any bias in the way in which we have collected the data, which would then have an implication on the kind of inference or the kind of conclusions that we would be drawing. So as a result, we want to make the data collection process as unbiased as possible. So therefore, we use what is called as a random sampling. So the random sampling method by nature statistically makes sure that it is sort of, it will give an unbiased summary of the issue that we're trying to study. But quite often, I mean, there are a lot of situations where we have to do a purposive sampling, or what we call it as sampling that may not be involving any statistical science-based methods. So therefore, there are times when we have to do that. And we also make it very clear why we do that. For instance, we're trying to study very small areas where we want to study just conflicts, or we want to just study something about health related issues. So in those situations, we may first want to get a very good sense of what is going on, and therefore we end up doing a purposive sample. So that is something that is rare, but then we normally like to avoid that, because we are quite often trying to draw conclusions based on a sample that is random. So the word random itself brings in a kind of an unbiased approach to drawing conclusions. So within that, we will have two kinds of data sets that have become very, very common now. One of them is the experimental data. That is what we try to collect, but then it is also very expensive to collect, but it is becoming increasingly common for many situations to, if you have the money, if you don't violate certain ethical considerations, experiments are becoming also sort of, I wouldn't say uncommon, but definitely people are trying to understand behavior, economic responses to setting up an experiment. That's one way to go about it. And the other is a most common way to sort of collect the primary data would be a non-experimental data set, but that also is a random data set. So when we say it's a non-experimental and when we say it's an experimental, basically the difference comes from the fact that in the case of an experiment, we sort of give a certain one group of people a particular phenomenon to react to, or a particular way in which they want to really try and respond to. So one of the ways to sort of talk about it would be to say that if you want to understand, does giving credits to women for through the self-help group makes a difference to their business, and whether that kind of an approach of giving small credits, micro credits, how do women make use of it if want to study, then we obviously have to sort of give it to one set of people and not give it to another set of people, and then ask them to do the business. Okay. Now that is the way in which we are beginning to sort of use some of these kinds of things. Similarly, we can, another study that's going on in Gujarat is trying to understand what is the role of a certain policies that will be trying to avoid pollution in factories. So they basically give them certain kind of gadgets, they give them certain methods to monitor those pollution levels in the factories, and then they give another set of firms, they don't give that kind of a gadget and then say, okay, let us see how the pollution get monitored, how does pollution come down, because people are now having gadgets to monitor the pollution either through water or through air. And then they try to sort of understand the behavior of the people as to under what situations can you really bring about a change so that the pollution comes down. So here is an example that I've just now put it out here. It's coming from the Poverty Action Lab, which many of you know. It's the arm through which the two Nobel laureates, Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, try to sort of work through it in their particular context. And you can see, I will just show you this as an example here, that they were basically trying to understand the role of, putting out cameras so that the teacher attendance is monitored. Okay. So the basic idea was that there are a whole lot of schools in rural areas, where particularly in northern India and eastern India, where they found that the teachers were not coming to school, and they had to monitor this kind of a phenomenon as to under what situations do you think that, sorry, was there a query? Okay. Yeah, okay. I would appreciate if you can sort of put it in the chat box or something, and I'll collect it towards the end. That's a much better option.
Yes, ma'am. It was already informed, ma'am.
Yeah.
They will put only the chat box.
Yeah. So here is where you're talking about teacher attendance through the camera. Now the question is that whether this will work, what are the ways in which people will try to respond to this kind of a thing. But you can see that along with this, they're also giving some kind of a monetary incentive. They're also not just giving the cameras, they're putting the cameras in the school. They're also giving a monetary incentive to the school teachers that if you attend school for these many hours on so many days, you will be given some additional benefits, or some kind of an additional perks. And those perks actually translate to a certain percentage of their salary. And therefore, they found out that the salary was actually, they were trying to match this salary with some other schools which were paying higher salaries. So they were trying to make a combination of monetary incentives, and therefore they were trying to see the impact of that on the school attendance. So clearly here is where we are talking about whether the monetary incentive, that means if you try to reward the teachers who are coming very regularly, does it make a difference in terms of how they come to the school? That's number one. Then the second question is that, okay, if they come to school, does it mean that they will come and teach effectively? That's the second most important thing. Because one of the things that we're asking the question is that, okay, if the teachers come to school, are they still equipped or good enough to teach well? So they also look at both of these things as part of their analysis. So therefore, you're looking at an economic instrument, which is basically the monetary instruments, but you're also setting up a camera. And then you set up the camera in one set of schools. You don't set up the camera in another set of schools. So you set up the camera in another set of schools, but you don't give the teachers any monetary benefits, and try and see what happens to the implications of their regularity. So what they found out was that the teacher quality was actually no different between the schools which had cameras and where the cameras were not put. So therefore they randomized. So therefore that is where the word randomization comes in, or randomized control trial comes in. The word randomized control trial comes in, because for one group, you try to give them the camera along with an incentive. Another set of schools has a camera without any incentive, and then we try to distinguish between these two sets of school teachers. So therefore you randomize to make sure that the school teachers are no different between these two sets of schools. So therefore a teacher coming to school regularly made a big difference, both in terms of the performance of the children, and these children were very pre-primary, kind of very early school children. And therefore, what they also found out that the results was that it was very clear that attendance increased from 58% in the control group to 79% in the group with cameras. So basically, you're seeing that where the cameras were not put in, that's the 58% school attendance, and where the camera was put in, that's the 79% attendance. Overall, this translates to into 34 more days of instructions per student per year. So that is a big difference. Material incentives did not destroy teachers' intrinsic motivation. So therefore, they still went on to teach. They didn't teach for the sake of money, additional money that was being given. And they also found that the school children were also performing better where there were cameras versus the schools where there were no cameras in terms of what it was, what they were trying to observe. And then they also found out that it was also making a difference in terms of these children getting admitted to better schools in terms of the fact that they were now better trained. So therefore, they also try and ask what is the cost of this particular program, how much more additional salary if you give it to the teachers and set up these cameras, can you really get a better performance out of these teachers? And there was a very clear combination of issues that was trying to show up in this particular case. So here is an example of what is called as an experiment. An experiment will always have, the way now we all know thanks to our vaccination, that there will be a control group and there will be a treatment group. As soon as a new vaccination comes in, one set of people will be given the vaccinations, one set of people will not be given the vaccinations, and they will be, both of them will be exposed to the similar conditions, and one of them you will see how much more antibodies that the person has got, and as a result you know that the vaccine is effective. So we draw exactly the same parallel into economics and try and ask questions that if I create a situation which will bring out either a more better positive externality or it will improve the outcomes. Therefore, we try to make a comparison between the group that gets it, that's called as the treatment group, and the group which does not get that additional incentive, economic incentive, and that's called as the control group. So this is now becoming sort of very, very common in the kind of situations. But what people are also doing, and this is where last year's Nobel Prize was largely effective, was that you can quite often not perform experiments. It's quite often very difficult, it's quite often unethical, it's quite often very expensive. So all of these situations, what happens is that people try to then look for within an non-experimental data, or what is also called as quasi-experimental data, people try to look for control groups and treatment groups and somehow try to match the characteristics of the people in the control group and the treatment group in order to be able to arrive at the difference, in order to able to show the difference that the treatment has made an impact. So therefore, this year what happened, the major one that really comes up is the rule of minimum wages. And David Card, one of the one of the Nobel laureates who got half the Nobel Prize this time, showed that between Pennsylvania and New Jersey, the two states where USA, where they tried to study in one state, there was minimum wages was implemented, in another state it wasn't. They found out and tried to make a comparison between the wages and its impact on employment, and they find that actually employment doesn't go down because quite often the firms are able to pass on the higher wages that they are going to give to their employers on to the consumer, and consumers are willing to take it, and to that extent it actually doesn't result in people losing jobs when minimum wages go up. So it was a very sort of a very dramatic revelation to several economic theories, and I would really advise some of you to I would really advise some of you to go and listen to David Card's a Nobel lecture. I know it's very, very fast. He speaks in a very difficult accent, and I'm also trying to listen to him again and again. It's kind of not a very easy thing to listen. But what is very interesting, he says, is that how much criticism he got at that point in time for this kind of a data set, for this kind of a methodology, for this kind of a finding. And people said that, no, you're not looking at the right data set. But increasingly, people started looking at that kind of an information, and they have been able to show it, even in context, people have been able to show that under certain circumstances, under certain industries, minimum wages actually don't reduce employment. So clearly, it helps us to sort of put into place databases and understand whether some theories are likely to be sustained in all situations, or some theories need to be relooked at. And that is what economists are constantly trying to use the data sets for. Either you test a theory and look for it, or if you're looking at the data set much more carefully and trying to put the information together, then can you start questioning the kind of theories that you know of, and you sort of relook at those theories to justify why this kind of a human behavior exists. So that is the way in which we have tried to look at the information base. So now let's go to another set of information base, which I think almost all of us have a sort of can easily look at, and that's called as the secondary data sources, which are actually classified into micro and macro data. So most of the experimental data is micro in nature. Most of the all the experimental data, except one or two, but most of them would be micro in nature. The non-experimental data would again be is usually again brought in at the micro level. That means you collect the information at the micro level. The secondary data sets would be a combination of micro and macro. Sometimes you can also call it in between as a meso data set. But the point is that we try to collect information on firms, households, individuals, schools, and we call this as an observational data. Or the way people are looking at the data, they've also started calling it as a quasi-experimental data. Quasi means it's partially experimental. We can somehow find out one group which has been given a particular economic incentive or economic phenomenon. Another group hasn't been given, and we can somehow try and make the comparison between the group which has had access to certain stages. So I'll give you some more examples as we move. So usually the data set is again random. It is they are usually very large databases, but sometimes they can also have very small databases. In this particular context here, for instance, there is a database called Young Lives Data, which which is given actually for 4 countries in India. Actually, it's a data set that is given through a research organization in UK, and they have actually collected data for Nigeria, Peru, and one more country, I'm forgetting. So they've collected the data for 4 countries, and out of which I think India has data only for Andhra Pradesh, and they collect the data for schools for children. So the basically idea is to study child poverty, and they've done about 4 or 5 repeated random sampling in order to be able to try and collect a panel data. So here is where you can have that information. You can also have data at school levels, that is called as the data set that's provided by different ministries. So right now, if you see, there is an all India survey on higher education by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, where you can get university level and college level data sets across the country since 12. And if you want to study some of those aspects of educational outcomes and college quality and so on, you get a huge database. So it's possible for us to get such kind of information. We call them micro, because a unit of analysis is either a firm or an individual or a household. That's the micro standard micro thing. Sometimes we now bring in schools, sometimes we can also bring in banks. Okay, so those kinds of things have also become more important in this kind of. So if you want to collect a bank level data, we may call it as a meso data set. That means something in between in terms of the two. So I can also collect the data on meso data sets if I want to collect the information on schools, information on banks, okay, and things like that. I can sort of call them as meso, somewhere in between. It's a data about individuals, but it's not really exactly this. You aggregate a few individuals and give it at the school level. So you have depositors, you have loan seekers, and so on. The macro data set, all of us know are quite a few, and they are the national income, the prices, the agricultural yield, revenue and expenditure. All of these things are put together from different surveys, and you can try and collect the information that is available. So usually the micro data sets are on consumption, employment, people's behavior, and that's how we try to look at the databases available to us. And all of these databases will obviously have information that is continuous. That means a data is a numerical quantity. So data is on a range of where you can perform a range of mathematical and statistical calculations directly. So I can simply look at the average, mean, mode. I can draw probability density functions, right? I can do a regression analysis. So all of these things is possible when the data set is a continuous random variable. So that means information on marks, information on income, information on taxes collected. All of these are continuous data sets, or the share of expenditure that the household makes on health to total expenditure on the household. All of these are continuous databases, continuous variables. In comparison to that, we can also have discrete data sets, which are also quantitative in nature. For instance, if you want to collect the data on how many times a child consumes milk in a day, very small child, then you can say 0 times, 1 times, 2 times, 3 times. So that's another way to sort of collect that information. You can see that it's the data is discrete but quantitative. So it comes in jumps, 1, 2, 3. Similarly, there's a data set that we sort of look at it in terms of the insurgency attack. So you're looking at conflicts, you're looking at how many people got killed in a particular conflict, how many terrorist attacks were there. All of these things are qualifying to what is called as quantitative but discrete. That means you'll have it in jumps. The information will not be in decimals, right? When you say continuous data set, I can get the information in small decimals. That means, and whereas the discrete data sets would be positive integers. Sometimes we can also have negative integers, but quite often it will only be positive integers. Patents filed by company, number of times a person visits a doctor in a month, the number of crops grown, the number of food items considered. All of these are databases that come in handy a lot in terms of trying to understand what kind of economic phenomenon we are trying to study. So we are trying to look at the role of foreign direct investment on the patents filed by a company, then this is where you're looking at it. If you're looking at a particular insurance scheme, what impacts does it have on the number of times the doctor visits, number of times a person visits a doctor, then the number of crops grown. So therefore, you're basically asking the question that with the minimum support prices, will you see an increase in the number of crops grown? So that's one of the ways to talk about it. So you can bring about a lot of economic phenomenon where the outcome variable is actually discrete and a count data. So that is how we are trying to look at this particular framework in the analysis that we are talking about. And along with that, we also have data sets which are actually qualitative in nature. So that means when you collect the information, it is immediately not coded in numerical values. You cannot really arrange them in an increasing order or decreasing order most of the times. It can be a combination. And you'll have to code them into numerical values. So it's not available to us as numerical values, but it's available to us in terms of categories, in terms of groups. And then depending on researchers' kind of usage, they can try and talk about it in terms of the information here. So therefore, very recently, I'm trying to look at the University Grants Commission website database to try and understand what is the kind of variation, gender variation in the number of people who are writing the UGC exams, UGC GRF, how many of them are clearing NET, how many of them are clearing GRF, what is the gender composition and what is the regional composition of that particular information. So I do get access to this particular information very recently, since about the last year or year before. I also started looking at the information that instead of just the binary gender classification, I also get an information that there is one person from the third gender who is also now cleared the UGC. So what you see here, up to a certain point, we never collected the information on the other gender, the third gender. We were only classifying the gender into two groups. But once we sort of put it officially that somebody is now entitled to declare their third gender, I also started seeing that it's beginning to appear in our databases, and clearly that's an important indication to try and see. So therefore, what are we seeing here? So what am I trying to understand in this particular analysis is that once you make this policy of somebody having to reveal this particular gender here, you're basically now trying to see, are such people clearing this, or are still people probably not even coming and writing these exams? So there are still deprivations amongst them, where they're still not able to reach the UGC level to write and take those exams. So clearly all these things make an important information base for me to try and understand. Similarly, I can have a mode of transportation if I want to study what is the kind of a public policy that has brought in, and how does that have an implication on what kind of mode of transportation. The moment Delhi said that all women will have access to free passes in the metro, does it make a big shift? Does it make a big shift to people to change their mode of transport? And this was one of the other Nobel laureates, in Daniel McFadden, who got it in early 90s, for his work on how he was trying to organize the transportation system for California, when he was trying to understand what kind of investment should be done. Should they build more roads? Should they build more incentives for people to reduce pollution, and so on? So clearly that is the kind of information that you have. And then what is the advantage of this information? This information is that the categories are not in any ranking. We don't say that the female is better than a male, or a third gender is worse off than the first gender, and so on and so forth. We call them dominant. That means there is no ranking in the categories that we are trying to look at it. A person who goes by a private transport under certain situations could be worse off, in the sense if the vehicles are making more pollution. But and therefore you're trying to look at it. But if you're trying to look at it from personal comfort and time saved in travel, then probably private transport may be somewhat better off than the public transport. So here is where we're trying to not attach any ranking or ordering, and that's called as the nominal data set. Similarly, occupations, you are an agricultural, working in the agricultural sector as a self-employed, or you're looking at the professions, so on and so forth. We don't give any ranking to them. In contrast to that, we have another kind of qualitative data set, and that qualitative data set is called as ordinal, or it is an ordered situation. So we are basically trying to say that somebody who is unemployed is obviously worse off than somebody who's employed. So here is a categorization that sort of clearly ranks one category above the other. Okay, so it sort of ranks one category above the other, or sort of several rankings. So we want to really ask the question, what is the self-reported health? So after post-COVID, several surveys start happening, and then they ask you, how was your health during this last 2 years? And you may want to really give your opinion on that. And these are the three options. And clearly there is a ranking that you're trying to give. From poor to satisfactory to good, there's a clear ranking. Similarly, if you want to talk about any political or a social issue, you may want to have about 5 categories, which are basically opinions, and you want to really give your opinion in that particular perspective you're talking about. So this is the way in which we're trying to organize this information, which we then code them into 1, 2, and 3, or 0, 1, and 2, whichever way we want. We will assign numerical values. Usually they are done in such a way that the one category is given a value 0, other categories are then given 1, 2, and so on, right? So that's how we sort of put them on to a particular numerical combination. And it doesn't matter whether I call the female as 0 or the male as 0. It's just that once I call that as a 0, that becomes a reference category based on which I want to compare the other category. So that's the only way we sort of convert this qualitative information into a quantitative format, which will then help us to carry out our statistical analysis based on quantitative. Now, very increasingly, with a lot of language processing information that is coming here. People are increasingly looking at text as a data. People are trying to look at text as data. What is the kind of words that people are using more often? Does it really tell us about the nature of variations? Does it tell about the discrimination? Does it tell about comparisons? So there is a whole lot of work that can go on in terms of what we are trying to use this particular text to understand the nature of information that comes in there. So that's how we are also using alternate ways of trying to infer about how we are trying to understand a particular phenomenon, how people are looking at that particular phenomenon, how governments are responding to changes, how governments' policies are bringing about changes. All of these things are becoming increasingly important in the context of what we are talking about. Now let's sort of look at the other way in which we try to classify the data. The data sets can be cross-section. That means you try to fix the time point and try to collect the information across the units, that is the firms, households, regions or countries. So I can really look at today I can go and study all the stock prices of all the firms that are listed today. I look at all those stock prices, then it becomes a cross-section data across firms, stock prices, and I try to look at it in terms of the chosen time points. At today morning at around 11:30, what was the stock prices of several firms that I'm trying to look at. Similarly, the data on households, consumer expenditure that we collect, or if you want to look at unemployment rates across countries and you want to study what is the role of the minimum wages and unemployment, we want to collect the data on that across the countries at any given point in time, you can try and do that kind of an analysis and see that. So that's all called as the cross-section data. In comparison to that, you'll have a time series data, which means that you fix the cross-section. That means you fix a country and try to study it over a period of time. You fix a firm and try to study the firm's stock prices over a period of time. So here the chronology matters. That means you start from one particular time point. You have to collect the data sequentially, one by one, and try to put it together and see how the information then, how the pattern then shows up and what kind of analysis we can do. So clearly the time series can come in annual, quarterly, monthly, daily, hourly, and we also have what is called as real-time tick data sets. That means the data from the stock market is continuously coming. The data from the exchange rate market is continuously coming in a sense that you cannot really distinguish between two time points, and people try to use that to analyze the stock market behavior or forex market behavior, because people try to participate in those things and try to make use of those situations in order to earn their money or play around with that, so or hedging and so on. So that's where we're trying to look at the time series data sets. And the third one that's increasingly becoming more easily available is the panel data set, where we actually have a time series of cross sections. So these are called as the longitudinal data sets. That means you consider the same cross section units that are repeatedly surveyed time and again. So you basically go to a set of individuals and sort of keep surveying them after every 2 years or every 3 months or every 6 months or some such thing you can do, and try to track them over a period of time to try and understand what kind of behavioral pattern comes in. This is very rare in the Indian context because we are a very large country. We also have privacy issues. But increasingly, we have started putting out such data sets, and one of them is the Consumer Pyramid Household Survey, or CPHS, that comes from CMI, which tries to collect the data every 3 months from a cross-section of households over the last few years. And we use that. For instance, people have tried to use that data set to understand what was the mortality that was happening during COVID, and how people have tried to look at it. So they use that information base to understand whether there was an underestimation in some parts or overestimation in some parts, or some such kind of analysis here. That's called as the longitudinal data. Then you have very similar kinds of data sets. We call them as pseudo panels. The word pseudo means that it's not the truth, but it's partially true, but that's just a way of calling it, because certain characteristics of the panel data may not be satisfied. And therefore, we organize this information as though it is a panel. So for instance, if we want to study cross-section of states over time or cross-section of districts over time, it actually becomes a pseudo panel because a unit of analysis in a panel data set is usually firms or households. But here you can see that they are actually macro data sets, but we are putting them together and therefore they are called as macro panels or they are referred to as pseudo panels. Now let us one by one take some examples of these databases, how they have been used, how they sort of come into the picture, and how we sort of use them for our analysis in the context of what we are talking about. First example I'm talking about is a quarterly time series data which tried to look at the role of demonetization on the economy. Okay, so Dipankar Dasgupta looked at in his EW article, tried to look at the seasonal pattern in the quarterly GDP data set and trying to analyze this information in terms of what they are trying to look into here. So this is the EPW article. I'll share all the articles that I'm using. I won't be getting into the details of it here. So what is the article trying to say? That instead of looking at an year-on-year growth rate, so what happened was that just as soon as the demonetization happened in 2017, Rao and Rangarajan said that, well, demonetization did not make any difference because they were trying to study the year-on-year quarterly data set. So here is where the quarterly data set on GDP is there. And they were trying to make a comparison of this quarter, that's the fourth quarter before the demonetization, with the fourth quarter after the demonetization. So they were trying to make a comparison of these two quarters, and they basically said that these two quarters did not show any impact. So clearly this kind of a data set is not showing the impact of the demonetization. Dipankar Dasgupta comes and says, no, that may not be the right way to study demonetization, because there can be other things that can happen in between when you try to look at an year-on-year quarter. Instead, what you should do is you should look at the pattern in a slightly different way. Okay. So what does Dipankar Dasgupta commented? Sorry, let me just. So Dipankar Dasgupta's idea is basically to try and say that instead of looking at the quarterly data set in, say, the fourth quarter with the fourth quarter of the next year or third quarter with the third quarter of the next year, make a comparison of it just the previous quarter. So his idea was to say that, well, every fourth quarter you can see that there is a jump, there is a seasonality. That's because agriculture harvest comes in and there's a huge increase in GDP. And naturally after that, once that settles down, the first quarter is always having the minimum value. So here is where you see that there is an upward trend in the quarterly GDP, but every quarter, fourth quarter, you will see that there is a higher value of GDP, and that is because of a certain structural reason in the economy. Now, what does Dasgupta say? Dasgupta says that let us try and study the demonetization by looking at the fact that when you go from Q3 to Q4, we will see how much jump it has happened in the different years. So what does he do? He tries to make a comparison between the quarter 3 and quarter 4 GDP. And therefore, he tries to see that how much has been the jump in every year, and that's what you see every year. And this is the year just after the demonetization. So he basically sees that prior to the demonetization year, the Q3 to Q4 was increasing 7%, but post demonetization to Q3 to Q4 increased only 6%. So if you want to only study like this, then it shows that probably demonetization did have a contraction in the GDP. However, he says that if you look at the previous years, that means the years when there was no demonetization, there also you find that there has been contractions happening, 5.22, 5.17 and so on, which are much lesser than the 6.17. So we have to be once again examining this carefully to try and say that demonetization had a contractionary impact on the economy just after, in that particular segment of the time of the economy, as soon as it happened. And then what does it do? He basically says that, okay, so there is an increase and then there is a decrease here. So that means you can try and see that between Q4 to Q1, how much decrease does it happen? How much do you see that the change that it declines? And basically he says that here also the information is not very, very clear to try and say whether the dip is much larger or dip is much lesser. because if this increase did not happen that much, then you will also see that the decline also did not happen so much. But he finds that during the demonetization year, agricultural harvest was very, very good. So clearly that was biasing the way in which the demonetization could have affected the economy. So here is where you're looking at a quarterly GDP series, you're looking at a time series data set, and you're trying to understand the pattern of the change in this particular quarterly GDP around the demonetization time to probably understand what happens when you're trying to look at the information base to try and make a conclusion. So here is a very simple way of talking about it. It uses a time series data set, it uses an aggregate macro data set. So then what I did that particular following year, I had to teach Indian economy. I asked the students to see whether it happens in the agricultural sector, it happens the least, it happens to certain services sector more, it happens to the industrial sectors, into subcomponents, ask them to see that and see the variations in construction sector and so on, where there is a combination of cash and non-cash economies, right? Formal and informal economies, where clearly the demonetization may have had very differential impact in terms of what we're trying to look at. And students did find some very interesting variations in this kind of a sub-sectoral level GDP that they had looked at, and they found out some good way to also understand the data set, and at the same time also understand that some sectors could have been affected more than the others. So that's one way to sort of use the data set to understand demonetization. A second data set that is sort of used, and this is actually, I'm taking it as an example because they're calling it as a natural example, natural experiment, okay? So which means that they are actually trying to create an experiment-like situation. That means they're going to study a set of regions where demonetization did not have much effect, which is called as the control regions. And then there are some regions or some sectors which would have had more impact of the demonetization, which is called as a treatment region. And then they try to make a comparison of the changes in the variables that they are talking about. So this is obviously a work that was done by people at Reserve Bank of India and the International Monetary Fund. So the kind of data set that they have used, you and I may not have very quick and easy access to this data set because it was partly commissioned by the Reserve Bank. So they try to look at it. But I'm trying to tell you this kind of a paper is very interesting because they could collect the data at certain variables at the district level. They could also collect it for a high frequency. That means they could collect it at every month kind of a thing. And they use things like night lights. So it's a very, very sort of becoming very, very popular variable to measure economic activity. So if you really understand why night lights, now we are starting to get satellite data sets and we are trying to see that that is an information base that we can sort of start using it here. So you can see that the night lights can quite often become a way to tell the story about how development happens or economic activities happen. So I'm just showing you this particular database. Sorry. I have a map here. Yeah, here is it. So you can see that this particular map here, you can see the difference in 2019 and 2020. This is how the maps are trying to show. And you can see that some states, some regions have a particular way in which the data set is showing up. And you can see that Delhi is a differently lit up versus Delhi is how the time is lit up in a different sort. There was supposed to be one more map. I thought I could show it to you here, but I think it's okay. So basically the night lights show a sense of how the information base can be used to understand economic activity through the brightness of the lights that happens. You can see the Pune has a different light, Mumbai has a different light. So the unit of analysis is called as luminosity. So they try to use the notion of luminosity and try to understand what is the impact of that on the. So they basically track that kind of a data set to understand around demonetization. If firms were not able to produce because they didn't have the cash, can we really tell something about the information base that we are talking about? So let's go to that database here. So what do? They look at household level survey data on employment. They look at, so they have several variables. So they don't look at one or two variables. They look at a huge number of variables, access to debit card and credit card, ATM usage, e-wallet transactions, banking deposits, credit growth. So all kinds of an employment data set from the CPHS data set that we're really talking about. And therefore they say that the effect of demonetization did have an adverse effect on the real economy for a short period of time. Hello, I'm in a meeting. I'll talk later. So you can see that there are a whole lot of variables that these authors have picked up in order to be able to try and put things together and try and see the information base that comes up there. So here is where we are trying to look at the effect of demonetization, but they are trying to create a situation of an experimental like situation, and they're looking at a whole lot of variables in order to come up to the fact that whether demonetization had an impact or not. So when they try to look at that kind of a study, they find that there is a contraction in employment. Night lights become dimmer for certain periods of time in certain months. Due to demonetization, there was a 2.2 percentage point decline, and they associate it with the decline in economic activity. And they also see that there has been a decline in bank credit, and then many of these things actually change over a period of time when we sort of come out of that demonetization, when cash situation improves, when how firms are able to then work it out. So what do? They call it as a natural experiment. They call this as a natural experiment. That means they look at one set of regions where there is a high demonetization. That means very quickly cash is withdrawn, and they look at the currency that is being distributed in terms of the old currency versus the new currency. And they look at if the 90% of the old currency has been replaced by the new currency, then they're calling it as demonetized. And then if it is only replaced by 10%, then they call it as less demonetized. So they're basically trying to use this as a way to make a comparison between regions which were quickly demonetized, highly demonetized, and try to take a look at it. That means it changed to the new currency, whereas many other regions took their own time. And they find that there's quite a bit of a difference across the economic activity that they are talking about. So clearly, this is the way to sort of generate the information. Obviously, they were trying to understand this in terms of, so you can see that there is a e-wallet here, and they are trying to look at it. But what is very, very important in this particular thing is that they are also trying to talk about the role of cash. So they're also trying to talk about some economic theories like monetarist perspective and what is the kind of a, okay, let me just sort of come to that part here. So basically their idea is also to try and say that whether the cash plays a very important role in a real economy and what is it that's happening along with that situation. They're also trying to then test an economic theory also along with this, not just the value of the effect of the demonetization that we are trying to get into and understand. So clearly that is a two-way advantage that they have in this particular context here, and they are able to try and understand that particular phenomenon that we are talking about. So by collecting this data, not only are they trying to understand how do people hold cash, how do people look at liquidity and so on, at the same time, they were also able to study the effect of demonetization by getting at a very granular data that they could lay their hands on. Okay, so that is one of the other ways. I mean, it is a little more elongated paper, so I'm not really getting into the understanding of how we want to take it here. Now, let us take another example. In this particular case, again, we are looking at the role of COVID-19 on agricultural markets. And they basically wanted to study as soon as COVID started, as soon as actually, this is not so much a study on COVID, but it's more a study on lockdowns. So what affected the lockdowns? Which component of the information affected got affected the most? So as soon as the lockdown started, they tried to look at certain kind of prices. So what is the data here? Why am I wanting to bring this data set? Now we have access to daily mandi level prices coming through certain agricultural markets, which is all digitized. And I'll just leave this paper and I'll also show this paper with you, and you will be able to see that this daily mandi level data set was used to study whether there was any difference in wheat arrivals and wheat prices, which is a staple and it's a semi-perishable commodity. Whereas in comparison to tomatoes and onions, which is coming from the local markets and so on. So they were trying to study that. And what did they do? They again created a experimental situation where they looked at the high COVID caseloads, whereas low COVID caseloads in the beginning as soon as the COVID started, and how the lockdown was beginning to be imposed in that particular form. At the same time, they also studied an economic phenomenon or a policy issue. So that is the states which had put in certain agricultural reforms in place, which means that the farmers had better access to markets, better access to information, were those regions then quickly able to match the supply and demand and try to bring about the change or bring about the lesser effect of the COVID as soon as the lockdown started, compared to other situations. So that is what they're trying to study in this particular paper on agricultural markets. And as I said, you can have a very daily mandi level data set, different places in Rajasthan, Punjab, and so on. And they try to look at it in the analysis that they are talking about. So we compare whether these impacts differ across non-perishable. They're basically trying to look at wholesale prices and quantities traded in agriculture markets on what did the lockdown do to them. Okay, so they have about 1,000 markets across 5 states. Then they use this kind of an econometric methodology to try and understand what happens in the analysis here. So what they find is that wheat prices are anchored in large part by minimum support prices. So therefore, you don't see that kind of a variation, but yet still I will show you some interesting data, the graphs from their paper. And then they also find how the tomato prices were initially, the tomato prices behaved a little differently from onion prices. And they also try and see that market reform measures did help insulating farmers from lower prices. So therefore, when they try to look at those states which had already implemented market reforms, then obviously it made a difference. But in the presence of minimum support prices, which is again something that came up much later, it did make a difference that if the government is a player, it was helping the people to take care of the lesser demand that came up during that period of time, because several things were getting shut down and trying to look at it. So let's look at the graphs very quickly. And so this is what tells you that there were, as soon as the COVID started, there were some parts of the country which has less than 100 cases, 100 to 200, we were just beginning to test. We were not figuring out how to test. So this is how they use a low and a high COVID region to make a comparison between treatment and control groups and try to talk about it. So let me just show you this particular figure here. So in this particular figure, you can see that there is a variation in prices. There is a variation in prices and arrivals. So you can see that the market arrivals here around the time. So this is the dotted line is the line for 2020. That's the lockdown period. And April to onwards, you can see, and the dark line is the one. So this is the harvest period when the wheat should have come to the market. There was a huge arrival here that came in. But because of the demonetization, then you can see that this didn't happen. But at the same time, there was also a rainfall shock, which we will see more in the case of tomatoes and not so much in the case. But after some time, it settles down. So once the unlockdown phase happens, you can see that the prices have actually settled down and arrivals have actually settled down, and they become very similar to between the 2 time periods that we are really talking about. If you look at the prices, now you can see that this is when the demand is lower. You can see that the supply is lower and the demand is higher, the prices are high. Then you can see the prices are settling down, they're going down because after this there has been a bumper harvest that people were able to bring into the market here. So this is how you can see that there are variations in how we are trying to look at it. The tomato arrivals, you can see that there are some spikes that you can see comes up in the dark line. but you can see that it's much more subdued in terms of the lockdown phase here. But on an average, it has been lower. People were not able to anticipate whether there would be demand because there was obviously restaurants were shut. So all those places where you can see the demand for these kind of commodities. But you can see that compared to arrivals, you can see that the prices are far more, sort of, so if the markets function well, the dark line shows you how the information prices sort of keep changing as the demand changes and as the supply changes. Whereas in the case of the fact that there was no demand, partly because people were also not able to go out and purchase, and all the events and weddings and so on were stopped. So you can see that the prices here are far more stable. There's nothing much that is happening in the context of what we're seeing. So therefore, some commodities do show variations, some commodities don't. Here is once again for onions. Here you can see that overall it has been lower. This is the standard pattern of arrivals, but once the unlockdown phase comes in, once again you can see that the patterns of the two time periods are very, very similar. So here is how we can sort of try and use these kinds of information to talk about or to understand, and then they obviously go ahead and do a econometric analysis further to try and put more statistical evidence to what they are talking about, not just the graphs here. So here is where again we are trying to look at it as information that comes in from several markets, so that we are not biased in terms of what we are trying to study. It's a daily data set. We had to pick up daily data set because that's how the lockdown was emerging week by week, week by week. So we had to really look into that information as a daily data set. And so it's a combination of panel data set, right? So you're looking at prices coming from different mandis, coming at a daily basis. So it's again a panel data set, but you're only looking at one variable in this particular case. You're only looking at the variable that is the prices, how it's changing in. Now let me take another data set, and this another kind of data set that we are really talking about. And so there was a work that came in between, which basically said that the farmer suicides in India is increasing largely because of climate change. So that was the original work that they were trying to look at. And therefore, we sort of, I'm one of the co-authors in this particular paper, and we were trying to look at whether we tried to say that it cannot happen. The way they have collected the data is not adequate in order to make the kind of inferences that they have done. So what we said is that let us try and look at the linkage to farmer suicides through agriculture. So what we found out that first we asked a question, does weather variability directly affect farmer suicides? We looked at the correlations and we find that there wasn't, but the weather variability affects agriculture productivity, and when then agriculture productivity goes down, naturally the farmer suicides does happen, but the intensity of decline and so on, we don't really get into that. So here is where we are trying to look at it, that we use a particular method of econometric analysis by saying that a 1 degree rise in temperature, we don't find an effect on rainfall, we only find an effect on temperature, results in 4.8% higher farmer suicides through a 3.6% decline in agriculture productivity. So if your productivity due to temperature declines by 3.6%, then it will result in about 4.8% higher farmer suicides. And therefore, clearly, one needs to understand how the temperature has an implication on the agricultural output, and then it will have a bring about a distress in the So what is the you can basically see that there is a very clear variation in the farmer suicides that we see over a period of time. The farmer suicides is lastly dominated male farmer suicides. That's a data issue there. And what we also find is that the western and southern states in general show a much higher farmer suicides compared to the eastern and the northern states. So therefore, the suicides also has what is called as a contagion effect. We find that already where there are higher suicides, the farmers tend to do more suicides. So that's one of the things that we try to use that information. And then we went on to show that, yes, over the years, suicides have been coming down, partly because of the kind of interventions that are coming up there. Yet we find that, so therefore climate change cannot be directly put into place, because if climate change is happening, temperatures are rising, then clearly it would have an impact on the kind of. So you can see that we had used farmer suicides from the National Crime Records Bureau. We had looked at the we had defined farmer suicides in different ways to understand how it happens. Then we looked at the agricultural population, agricultural yield. Then we looked at whether it's the Kharif season temperature or Rabi season rainfall. So all these things we put it together to try and then understand what is the role of the impact of that particular weather and temperature variable. So you can see that this is my econometric model. Here is where we are talking about it. Yield is getting affected by temperatures and rainfalls, and then the yield then affects the farmer suicides, which is dependent on the suicide rate the previous year, followed by the fact that there is a. So here is a panel data. We had to put together a panel data here because we are not putting in other variables here, and we're trying to say that the variations in the farmer suicides is actually being captured by other econometric specifications, the way we are trying to have it here. So clearly in this particular case, we try to do it, but what we did also differently was that we considered the farmer suicides as a Poisson random variable. That means it's a count data set. So the number of farmer deaths is actually a discrete data set. So the first time also we tried to look at it as a Poisson model. That means it is sort of one of the other examples, count data examples. That means so I took this example largely to give you a support in terms of the nature of the data set that we are talking about. So it basically becomes the count of the number of suicides here. So I took that example to try and highlight. So right now I'm working with another student of mine on the number of insurgency attacks in the northeastern region and what are the implications of Narega and so on. Does it increase or does it decrease insurgency attacks during certain months and so on is what we're trying to analyze in that particular case. So you can see that there are various ways. So here is a random variable, Poisson random variable, because it is the number of farmer suicides. It's a count data set. And then we are using a panel data of states. And then we are also allowing for what is called as an endogeneity of agricultural output. That means weather affects agriculture, agriculture then affects suicides, but it does not have a direct impact in the context of what it is. So you can see that the nature of information is sort of mixed. Agricultural output is a continuous variable. Poisson regression is the farmer suicide is a count data set. And then you have temperature and rainfall, which are again continuous databases. And then we also have information on whether the state is actually a high suicide rate state or a low suicide rate state. So again, you have a qualitative data set that is coming up there. So clearly all this information put together then helps us to come up with certain kind of inference that we want to make to try and study, and therefore we were trying to counter that the information that was collected by the previous study, because it got a lot of publicity in the media, particularly in the US, and we thought that this was something that we needed to write in order to be able to try and take a look at it. So here is where, okay. So you can see that that's one way to sort of put the information base the way we want to talk about. Now let me come up with another example here. This another example is what we are trying to look at is whether conditional cash transfers. So as an economist, you want to ask the question whether giving cash transfers or direct benefit transfers, as some people are trying to talk about it, whether that will be beneficial to people, or should we give them in-kind transfers? So the question is constantly bothering all economists is that is cash better so that people will spend it on whatever they want? And will that whatever they want they spend it on would be good enough for themselves? That's one of the questions. Or should we give them in-kind transfer? That means should we give them a bicycle? Should we give them books? Should we give them uniforms? Should we give them food in the school? So that's the question that is being asked as an underlying economic phenomenon. And we're trying to study see the effect of that. Here again, I'm not going to go into the econometrics here, but I will just show you the data set, how it has been collected. And so it is again a data set that has been collected. Sorry, let me put the abstract here. It's a data set that has been collected from a single survey, and they're trying to look at the effect of the cycle program called as Mukhyamantri Balika cycle program and Yojana, and they're trying to talk about it in a state of Bihar where it was put in, and it was basically to reduce the gender gap in secondary enrollment. So what do? They basically try and see whether this cycle did improve the school attendance of young girls who were in 9th and 10th grade around the time that the cycle program started. So that's the first thing. So what do? Because it was only given to the girls, they looked at the girls and they looked at the boys. That's one of the things. And they also then looked at the girls who had just completed 14 years. That means girls who were in the 15 and 16-year age group were made as a comparison to try and see comparison to that population group. Was there an increase in the school attendance? So that is the entire idea that we are talking about. So let's go to the graphs. It's easy to understand, and we talk about the data set. So the data set is again a single cross section, a countrywide data set. It's a unit record data set. It's on each household, each child, whether it gets a bicycle, whether the household child got a bicycle or not, or whether they looked at it here. So let me go to that particular diagram. Okay, so here is where you're trying to see the graphs here. So what do you see here? You see that the blue line is for boys, okay, all India, and the red line is for girls who are right beneath. And you can see that means the enrollment rate of girls is always lower than the enrollment rate of boys. So clearly there is an incentive that we are needing in order to push the girls to be on par with boys. That's one thing. To see Bihar, it is even worse. So starting at the 8th year of age, I think Bihar is somewhat closer to all India or little lesser. But as you sort of go down further, you can see that it goes down and stops at about 50%, which is stops much lesser than 50%. And you can see that the girls' decline rate is much steeper than the boys' decline rate. So clearly there is an important point that these girls never went to school. Slowly they are, little ones are going to school. These are just still in school. They have not withdrawn from secondary schooling. And that's how we want to study the impact of the schooling in this particular case. So that is one of the ways in which they're trying to look at the impact of the schooling. And then they're also trying to understand what is the information base. So how are you trying to look at so you're trying to talk about the information. So how do you understand it? So the school is far. The school is far, then only you'll take the bicycle. But you will not take the bicycle if school is really, really far. So therefore, there is a little bit of a trade-off there. And this is what the authors are able to show, that the impact of the schooling, and here is where you can see that on the x-axis, you can see that there is the distance to schooling. And on the y-axis, you can see that there is the change in enrollment. So you can see that as the school distance increases, there is so at this point here, when the distance is small, you don't see much. As it goes up, you can see that there is an increase. And after that certain point, it again falls down. That means that the school becomes very far. Once again, the cycle doesn't make a difference. You have to obviously bring a school that is much closer to the households of these children. So what do they find is that they were able to connect the school enrollment data across. So the data set had information on how far is your school, and they tried to look at that and try to bring about the impact here. Now, if you compare that for the case of Jharkhand, which is the comparison state where there was no schooling, there was no cycling program, you can see that there has been hardly any effect of the changes over the distance here. So clearly you can show this by using this. You can understand that, you can understand that there has been an impact of the cycling program, that those girls who got it did find that. And they also make a comparison by trying to say that it could be much cheaper, it didn't cause much corruption and so on, to try and bring about it. So you are trying to look at an impact of a particular program by comparing the enrollment of girls in 9th and 10th who were just enrolling around the time the cycle program put in place, with the enrollment. So what did they do? They compared it with, 15 and 16-year-old girls in the data set. Okay. So therefore, what are they trying to do? They're basically saying that these girls did not have access. So let me try and see whether the schooling has gone up amongst the children who were, so this were 9 and 10th grade or 14 and 15-year-olds. Okay, or 14/15-year-olds. So that's how we're trying to look at it. But then they also try and ask the question, but because Bihar was making so many changes, maybe on their own, the girls were actually going to school. How do we attribute that to the cycle program? How do you say that it is because of the cycle program? It's not because of the general awareness. So what they did, they tried to make a comparison between boys in these two age groups, and if they find that the girls enrollment grows up much more than the boys enrollment, because boys would have also started going to school if there is more awareness and in poorer regions, and therefore they find that they actually see that the impact is much higher on the girls than among the boys. So that's another way to understand your economic phenomenon, what works, what doesn't work, how do you measure whether you want to try and talk about it, and how do you really look at this particular change. Now, this is a secondary database. This particular database that I'm talking about is called as the DLHS database, district level household surveys or living district level household surveys. That was very similar to your National Sample Survey Organization. So it's collected by the Ministry of Ministry of Family and Health organization. So you're basically seeing that that's a data set that is done by the ministry. It collects the data set, it puts it out in the public domain. It doesn't tell you the identity of each individual, but there is an information that is available at the household level. In contrast to that, somebody went and collected a primary survey after 10 years. So this program came in 2008, so 2006. In 2016, they went and did a primary survey, and then they collected the data on all the girls who would have had benefited, who would have not benefited from this cycling program. So let us just try and see. So they're trying to study the impact of that in a long-term sense. Again, the same in India Growth Center. So they're trying to look at the long-term effects of targeting girls with in-kind transfers, and they call it as wheels of power. So what happens here? So their program started in 2006. Then they survey about 10,000 girls. So this is a primary survey. And they study in 3 states. They basically don't study just in Bihar, but they also study Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh, because they want to understand what is it that Bihar benefited, which Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh lost out. So you can clearly see that it was a natural experiment. Bihar government did an experiment by giving the girls a bicycle, whereas Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh did not think of it, and therefore they did not give the bicycles. So what do they find through their econometric methodology? That all those girls who had access to this particular cycle around that point in time, those girls completed their schooling by 22% or 23% more of such girls completed the schooling, and 5% of them completed college. Now, why 5%? Because obviously Bihar is a state where not many would complete college. So the 5% itself was a significant jump in terms of what they were talking about. So compared to those who did not get a bicycle, these girls in the long run were not only completing school, a large majority of them, but they were also completing college. Okay, so therefore that is one thing. Second thing, they found that they are not likely to be working in agriculture. That means they're likely to be working in more paid employment, and therefore they were willing to sort of do that. But what was happening, even though they were getting employment, they were not getting the permission to work outside their villages, outside their homes. So the patriarchy was still working on them. So they couldn't make a choice where to work or not. And therefore they were trying to see that this was having a. So you can see that here is where the same issue, people went back to the field, collected 10,000 girls data set, put them onto a random, if you read the paper, you will see how the data is collected through the random sampling method. How did they pick up the districts where they wanted to study? How the districts in Bihar were comparable with districts in Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh? so that there is no variability that is coming because of the nature of information you are collecting. So there's just not a biased sample, and how they try to make this inference on the analysis that they are talking about. So clearly again a primary survey, household level survey, go and talk to the houses, identify the girls, go to the school register, pick up those houses where these girls are, some of them would have been married by then. All these combinations they faced, and they also found that all of these things, actually they even, many of the girls also got the age of marriage also actually increased for those people who attended the schooling through the cycle program. So clearly there is a wide range of implications that comes in here, and that's why they're trying to call this as a long-term effect of targeting. And here is where you are looking at it through a primary survey rather than as a secondary data set. So that's another example of a database that we are really talking about, and you're trying to understand the implications. So I have about 15 minutes, and then last 15 minutes, I'll open it up for questions and discussions. Then we go on to another particular topic here. All of us know that politicians by and large are corrupt. So what does it do? How does a corrupt politician make a difference? And how do you really? So here is where I'm talking about a data set which is not collected at the state level, which is not collected at the district level, but which is collected at the level of the constituencies. So here is where they are putting together a data set by looking at the state's legislative assemblies elections, and they're looking at elections where some politicians who have a criminal record, they put it out, they have a criminal record, and if that politician is winning in that particular state, they try to see after a few years what is the intensity of the night lights. So what they're trying to see, they're using the intensity of the night lights in those constituencies to try and understand if a corrupt politician is elected, does the intensity of light is lower compared to another district where there is another constituency where there is actually a non-corrupt politician. That means a politician for whom there is no record that he has sort of shown that he has some criminal record. So that's how they're trying to make a comparison. But how do they sort of make sure that the two politicians are very, very similar in terms of everything else? So what do? They look at the winning margin. Okay, they use what is called as the winning margin. So what do? They basically try and collect the information in terms of the how the politicians are winning the elections. So they pick up all those particular constituencies because they have a lot of state assembly elections, they have a lot of state legislative assembly elections. So what they're trying to do is that they're trying to look at a small margin of votes to win. So that means what happens if there are two politicians, one of them is a corrupt politician, one of them is not, and then the margin by which they win the votes is very, very small. So they use a very small number h to basically say that if they have won by 100 votes, they won by 500 votes. Small vote changes is what they're trying to look at it, because in that case, what are they trying to say? That the people have preferred a politician who is corrupt against a politician who is not corrupt only by a very small margin. That means people were actually indifferent as far as they were kind of both head to head. And therefore, we are basically saying that there is no difference in the characteristics of the politician who is a corrupt politician versus a politician who is non-corrupt. So they pick up only those constituencies where the margin of win is very, very, very small. And then they try to make a comparison in terms of the growth in the night lights. And then they try and see whether the accused is making a difference or not. And therefore, they find that this coefficient is actually statistically significant. It is negative when they are trying to pick up those kinds of constituencies and find that the growth in the night light is actually, they find that the growth in the night light is actually 22 percentage points lower annually in the intensity of time lights arising from the election of a criminally accused politician. Okay? So what are you wanting to highlight? You're basically wanting to highlight that please don't such politicians, they are going to give you bad economic outcomes. And one of the ways they're trying to understand that economic outcomes is through the night lights, because as we said, night lights are either a measure of development. If they are in rural areas, you're giving more and more electricity to households, they're having access to electricity, or they are also a measure of economic activities. If you have more firms, if you have more transportation, if you are trying sort of having a better lifestyle, all of that will get reflected in the higher night lights that you're talking about, and therefore they are trying to see that implication. They also then see that implication through the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana also. They try to look at the regions where there are corrupt politicians, whether the road length was actually, this is where they're trying to talk about, whether the major road length is actually smaller in those regions compared to the road lengths that was laid in the non-corrupt politicians area. So here is again a classic case where they are actually putting together election data that is coming from the politicians, and they're trying to understand the characteristic of the politicians, and then assuming a measure at the constituency level, because the night lights are actually available to you from satellite. So satellite data is actually available to you at a very, very small grid level, like the way you see the surface. So like all of you know that you can see the Madras School of Economics on a Google map. Like that, you can see very, very small areas also. So they put together areas together. So it's a lot of hard work. And they have used that to try and understand the impact of the politicians on the economic outcomes. So that is again a very interesting way in which we need to collect the data, we can put together information, and then they use a method. This regression discontinuity is also one of the methods used by the two of the economists, Joshua Angrist and Guido Imbens, who also jointly won the Nobel Prize last year for the kind of methods that they had used to study the effect of class size on school. What should be the class size in order for the schools to perform well? What is the relevance of a particular scholarship if you give fellowships that you want to look at it? So people are now trying to understand what is the role of, so if you want to understand what is the effect of an EWS quota on the students' performance, or what is the effect of a GRF fellowship on the students' performance in their PhD. Some of these things, if we can collect the data, we can clearly see some implications of that on the outcomes that we are talking about. So there are several methods, econometric methods put together that we are really talking about, and we are trying to understand the changes that we are trying to get into here. So this is another way also. So we always talk about freebies and elections and so on and so forth. And here is where I'm trying to give you another example as to how politicians want to woo their voters through the schemes that they have. And in this particular study, again, it is a study at MSc, and it is a MSc working paper, where we're trying to understand that just before the elections, how does the Narega work increase suddenly, right? People are not being given as much as they are asking for in other times, but just before the elections, you will see that there is a motive in the part of political motive in the part of the politicians in order to be able to try and attract those voters to vote for them. So then there is again a very interesting thing about what happens if it's a central election, what happens if it's a state election, what happens if the center and state governments are of the same political party, they are from a different political party. So all kinds of this interesting information are what is sort of put together to understand the political motives of the ones that we are talking about. So here is where you're trying to see that this is the Assam elections between 3 times Assam went to elections between 2012 and 2019. Here is the number of person days generated, the number of work generated through the Narega in Assam. And you can see that there is a kind of a pattern that comes up here in terms of what we're talking about. So this is the actual person days. That means finally the jobs were given. And what happens in the context of the Narega is that before the year starts, each state has to say, I need so many jobs. So give me so much money so that I can use it to pay for the NREGA jobs. So this is called as the projected person days. So what you can see that during the election window, what you find is that the projected person days, this gap suddenly jumps up compared to the projected days. So projected days goes on, moves like this, it keeps on moving. But during the time of the elections, you will suddenly find that the person days suddenly jumps up, basically to create that additional incentive. Instead of giving them cash for votes, they're basically trying to give them other incentives to talk about. Now, here are the three different cases here. This is the state elections. This is the central election when the central and state are aligned. This is the case when the center and state were not aligned at that particular point in time in Assam. And then you can see how the kind of differences happen here. So here is where, so it's the other way around. Here they are not aligned. It's the Congress and this thing, JP. Then again, I think it is BJP here. So here is where you can see that in order to retain the voters, the BJP is sort of pushing their demand for giving them more NREGA jobs so that they can attract the people compared to the projected demand. This is what the state says, I want the jobs are, but this is what you actually get it in this particular context. So this is a very interesting work that we were able to show through the case of Tamil Nadu, which is always had a party which was not the same as the center. But you can also see that in Tamil Nadu, there's a larger a pattern that comes in, right? During the dry seasons, there is always a higher demand that we are really talking about. And here are the situations where you're trying to see that there is a state government wants to retain its voters. It wants to really talk about it. So here is where it is. And the state government actually doesn't want it to vote for the center, which is the opposite party there. So it doesn't generate enough jobs here. Here is where it wants to generate more jobs. So wants to go the voters, generates more jobs. Here it doesn't want people to vote for the center. So it doesn't generate the jobs. In the central elections, you see that there is no difference between person demanded and person job generated. Sorry, projected and generated. Whereas here you can see that there is a clear political motive in what they are trying to do and how they are trying to understand. So here are various ways in which we can again try to understand how this information can be used, how they are trying to take this forward in terms of what it is. So in the end, I'll talk about the text analytics. I'll only talk about one of them, which is an easier one to talk about. The other one, both of them are easier. The last one is much tougher. So here is where you're talking about a scenario where you can, so in this particular thing, there is always a thing that Tamil Nadu generates a lot of freebies, right? Before the elections, it keeps giving the freebies. I hope there are not very many advertisements. So in this particular work, Ritika Khera tried to look at the election manifestos. So she looked at the election manifestos and started asking the question, how many people have used the word welfare? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not able to open this because it's a premium paid. So I'll probably share the hard copy of this. I mean, I'll share the proper version of this. So she basically finds that amongst the several political parties, neither the Congress nor the BJP, this was during the Tamil Nadu state elections. You can see that it was around this time. So none of the parties had enough word of something like welfare, schooling, midday meals, all those kinds of information that looked towards social justice and social welfare was largely there in both the Dravidian parties, but both the national parties hardly had any important usage of those words. So clearly she says that that tells an intention with which the political parties are trying to understand and trying to take things forward. So therefore, if we say free data, free washing machine, free tabs and so on and so forth, clearly they are part of election manifestos. They do talk about popular freebies. But if you really read their manifestos also, they are also trying to tell us a much better way of connecting to the people, but better way of trying to talk about it. So therefore, you can see that in their manifesto, you find that 55 times the word welfare comes in here, but I think in the case of BJP, it probably comes in much lesser in terms of what they're talking about in that particular. So here is where you can use a text to basically understand how a particular decision or how people are trying to approach a particular problem in terms of what they're trying to look at it and how they're talking about it. And in this particular example, again, I'm trying to talk about how do the members of the Monetary Policy Committee look at the monetary policy in that particular time. And depending on that, can we really use to understand how people are trying to look at the monetary policy. People are trying to understand whether it's a good monetary policy or a bad monetary policy in terms of the members of the committee itself. Okay. So what do? They basically look at words like inflation, growth. Okay. So when they find that there is a certain economic phenomenon, there is a higher weightage on the word growth by the Monetary Policy Committee members. But if the economy is not doing well, then they tend to use the word inflation more often in order to describe the monetary policy. And there is also a difference between how an internal member talks to the press and how an external member talks to the press, and how the variations then shows up in terms of the analysis here. So text analytics is a becoming very popular in terms of trying to understand political behavior, economic behavior, people's way to take things forward, and how you communicate, and how that in turn has an influence on how does the RBI governor or the decision-making person have an influence on the other aspects of what we're talking about. So clearly these are newer ways, and this is a very recent ongoing work in this particular thing. I'm not really, this is a very detailed set of work that people are doing. They're using a lot of computer natural language processing and so on in order to try and understand the variations. So what are they doing here? They are basically looking at the text of the village panchayats. So in this particular case, what they're doing, they're looking at the text data of the village panchayats in Tamil Nadu village assemblies and trying to understand what is the kind of gender bias. They're trying to look at reserved constituencies. They're looking at constituencies where women are reserved, where Dalits are reserved, and try and understand, do these women get to talk in these village committees? What do they talk? How do they talk? Is there a better transparency that is coming in here in terms of what we're trying to bring in this particular question here? So here is where this paper opens the black box of deliberation to examine the gendered and status-based patterns of influence. So we are trying to talk about grassroots democracy. Are people asking for public goods? Are people asking for better services at the grassroots level in their villages? How are they talking? How is the kind of information going about it here? So they go through the text of the several documents that are coming there and then look at it to understand what is the kind of variation that we try to see here. The study first shows that these assemblies are not mere talking shop for state officials to bluster and read banal announcements, but rather provide opportunities for citizens to challenge their elected officials, demand transparency, and provide information about authentic local development needs. Second, the study finds that across multiple measures of influence, women are at a disadvantage relative to men. Women are less likely to speak, set the agenda, and receive relevant state response from the officials. So they also don't get, if they speak up, they also don't get a response. So that's one of the things. Finally, the paper showed that although quotas for women on village councils have little impact on their likelihood to speak, okay, they do improve the likelihood that female citizens are heard. So basically, what does it do? More citizens female citizens can participate and ask a question because now they have a female leader who is willing to listen. But this female leader may not have a next level in order to try and go ahead and see, but slowly the deliberative process will happen. And these are a set of works that happens. If you go back and see here, there's a whole lot of work that these people are doing. And this is called as a social observatory. They're trying to observe people's behaviors and phenomenon and trying to see how development takes place through these processes that we are talking about. So that's about it. I think I've given you a wide range of data sets that people are collecting, understanding, innovating, ingeniously using in order to try different phenomena that's happening around them. That's not just, I mean, I've given you a little more from the policy because they're more recent, But as you will also read these papers, if you are a little more from the economics background, it's tough to read, but that's not a problem. You can slowly pick it up. But if you're sort of a little inexperienced, and you will find that there are also very interesting economic theories that are getting re-looked at, or substantiated, or to look at it differently. And that is where I think the entire idea of the talk was about, to basically try and say that nature and importance of economic data. Okay, I'll stop here. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am. You can, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the platform is open for questions. Participants may post their questions in the chat box.
Ma'am, you can close it in the, not in the PPT, ma'am. You have to close it in the WebEx.
I'm not able to see my WebEx window.
Okay.
Yeah. Coming up there. But anyway, I think you can ask the questions. I'm not able to see any chat box. Can you please read it up so that I can see the chat box?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, they are posting only just a minute. I can, Induja, are you able to see this thing?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can just pass the question to ma'am. She will answer.
Ma'am, so the first question is by Kamal Ludhani, who's asking, is SPSS good enough for econometric models?
That we'll discuss tomorrow. Forget about the packages, only regarding to lectures.
Yeah, that's better.
Next is by Sarita Biagar, who's asking, is web mining and text mining the same?
Okay. Okay. So the point is that where do you take the text from, right? So if you are, so there is something called as web scraping, or web mining, or web scraping is what we are trying to, you're looking at it. And you won't believe, right now we just completed one such work where we are basically looking at, so when you do web scraping, you can do, where do you collect the data from? If you're trying to collect the web scraping data, for instance, we try to look at the Google Scholar pages of several economists in this particular country and try to see whether female faculty members are promoted slower than male faculty members. Okay, so that was our idea. So where do I get the data? I go to the individual websites, I pick up their CVs and try to collect. So basically, this is web scraping. There are some kind of data sets available. And for that, we also needed to know whether how many of them created cleared NEET at what point, sorry, cleared UGC, NET, when did they clear, and all those things, right? So I had this additional information that is called as web mining or web scraping. Then I might want to then ask the question, then what is it that they are writing? How differently is a women's CV from a men's CV? Suppose men are all writing their CVs in a certain manner, because of which when they apply for a job, they're likely to get shortlisted faster than when they are trying to look at it. That is called as a text mining. So the text mining would essentially mean that I could either go to an old document, and for instance, somebody has gone and done this in the context of a particular archival, and see how our documents, how our kings have documented about developmental policies, then it's a text mine, right? You're going to look at the text. But the web scraping means where do you get the data from? Where do you get the information? And then you sort of organize it, whether you want to do it through text or whether you want to do it through the Google Scholar page. Any of that would actually be trying to talk about. Yes.
The next question is by Dr. Sri Lakshmi Narayana, who's asking, what other models are used for count data other than Poisson regression, also for text analysis?
Count data, there are 2-3 things. Whether you want to use a Poisson or not itself, there can be ways of checking it out. You can also sometimes use even a standard continuous regression model. So econometrically, you can test whether the count data Poisson model fits your data or not. Another regression statistical distribution that fits in is called as a negative binomial distribution. So because that has a certain properties, it is slightly different from the Poisson. So the count data is Poisson and negative binomial. sometimes you can have excess zeros in your data set. For instance, I just now completed a paper where I'm trying to look at, as I just gave you that example of number of times milk consumed by a child the previous day. I find that a whole lot of children are not consuming milk the previous day. So there's an excess zeros in that data set. So then that's called a zero inflated Poisson model. So there are some characteristics that we'll have to look at and accordingly estimate. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
The next question is by Sushanta Datta. So the majority of the official statistics data sources are providing data at aggregate level and discontinued time series. How to deal with such issues?
See, the point is what is there. For instance, if you look at the NSSO data, ASI, Annual Survey of Industries data, all of them are actually giving you the information at the individual level, okay, at the firm level or at the household level, and so on. So there are actually basic data sets are there. That the question is that what is the nature of time series data? When do you want a continuous data? When do you not want a continuous data? These are also things that you can question as part of your research work. For instance, if I'm looking at women's literacy rate, or if I'm looking at the percentage of women who are completing college. Now, every year the college rate will not change very dramatically, right? So therefore, I know that I can, even if I get the data once in 4 or 5 years, it's okay. And for the intermediate years, if I want it for some other reason, I can probably simply project it to a growth rate calculation. But if I'm really, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, some interpretation. You can carry on.
Yeah. So it depends on whether that information is actually going to make a sense. If you're sort of skipping a few years in between, is very important for you to understand. If I'm collecting stock market data where I want to really look at volatility, I want to see what is the effect on gold prices of when the economy opens up, when the economy is closed, how are people looking at gold as a way of hedging? All these behavior, if I want to study, then naturally I have to use a monthly data or a daily data. So then I have data sources like the stock markets and so on, where the data is freely available. So I think it is, you have to look at the right variable, what you're talking about. And that's why all the examples that I've given you, each of them is a fabulous information base that can tell you where to look for the database, what kind of information. Sometimes you can write to authorities and say, I'm doing a PhD, I want to come and collect this data set. People are willing to give data. Okay? So to that extent, I've kept my data set to be a wide range data sources that you can download. And now there are people who are putting certain websites where you can download certain data sets also freely.
The next question is by Shantanu Zor, who is asking how to decide between TSLS and DPD in Arello bond or Blundell bond to address endogeneity.
Yes, Induja. That questions will be addressed when we discuss about panel data models. The questions regarding methodology and then softwares and relations between data will be taken care of in the upcoming sessions.
First, you have to learn them, and then you can they'll teach you that. It's too early for me to talk about. Yeah. Text analysis on social media. Okay, I don't know who is doing. I mean, how it is. I think you'll have to go back and I picked up text analysis on social media. So I think yes, you'll have to find several softwares. There are quite a lot of blogs that are available. I mean, I know that because one of my students was trying to do some kind of an understanding to see how people look at certain professions. The moment you use the word nurse, people say it is a male or a female, right? So there's a general understanding that the nurse has to be a female. When you say primary school teacher, they say it's always a female. So she was trying to look at web scraping. She tried to look at it to try and sort of figure things out from the Google this thing as to how people are using the gender to sort of define the professions and attach. So there are a lot of softwares that are there freely available, which you can get access through to blogs. So there are several blogs that are there, and if you be part of that, you should be able to locate something. Okay. What are the frequently used econometric measures? Yes, that is coming. So you're asking for your full course of meal when the semester is just beginning. Okay, so we are just starting and I think we just gave you a flavor. And if you see, read all these papers have all the kinds of econometric models, the questions that you're asking for. So I will give access to Dr. Balaji through the drive. Then Dr. Balaji can then give you the access to all of you through the drive because all the papers I'm uploading there. And my email ID also, I will add it there so that if you want, you can write later after the workshop is over.
Yes, Induja. Any questions, participants?
Yes, ma'am missed Anshita Sarjan's question, how to know what variables affect the dependent variables?
Yeah, that's what I said. No, it's all, these are all econometric questions.
Yes. Only madam's lecture on data, different types of data we can have. Methodology part, models and relationship between other things we can be, we are here to discuss. Check out your schedules we already given what we are going to discuss. So don't worry, things are yet to come. Okay. Any more questions? Ma'am, please ma'am.
Yes, I don't have any.
Yeah. Yes, if you don't have any questions, please.
Yes, I will be sharing. I'll immediately, I mean, if not right now, 4 o'clock, I have a meeting. After my meeting, I'll share the drive with Dr. Balaji and who will then share it further.
Yes. Ma'am, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Brinda Vishwanathan ma'am for this wonderful, insightful session. The session on the nature and importance of data was elevated with innovative real-life research being done at the ground level, and those were used as examples. I'm sure that the audience today are not only understood the concepts, but will be going home inspired by the numerous avenues yet to explore. I would like to thank Dr. Rajagopal sir, Head of the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu, and Dr. Balaji sir for organizing and for conducting the event successfully. I would also like to thank the participants for making the program a success.
Thank you all. It was wonderful. I mean, so that I could also put these things together and reach out to a larger set of young researchers. All the best. And I will share this latest by tomorrow morning. You will get access.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a great honor for us to hear it from you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
So our next session start by 4 o'clock. Okay. It's a very interesting session. Maybe not economics. So it may be something different. So I hope that everyone will attend. Okay. Yeah. A few more instructions. If you have anything to, for example, please check on with the questions regarding to the sessions because those questions raised, it not belongs to this session. Okay. If you have any general questions, you can post me, even I can help you, but not to the resource person because they come with a different setup. If you're asking questions apart from their own presentation, that may not that nice. Okay. If any issues, just post it here or in the group. I'll try to answer you or help you. Whatever questions you are asking, we are going to discuss all these things in the upcoming sessions. Okay, panel data and all, we have sessions. Okay, so wait for some time, right? So yeah, one more thing is today the total participants is 200 registered participants, but in the group there are 172. But this lecture was attended by only 120 people. It's all recorded. If you don't have attendance, I'm sorry because this attendance will be shared to attend based on their records only. You are permitted to write your exams. Okay. So take your nap for 10 minutes and you can join at 4 o'clock. Right.
एक काम और करवा
Participants, all of you can join. Resource person has joined. Rituja? Sir? Ravindra Mulali? Ravindra? Who is Ravindra?
A very good afternoon to one and all, and welcome to the second session of the online faculty development program on data analysis using econometric models. This session will be on the role of meditation in human values and ethics. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome today's speaker, Mr. V. Sridharan. Mr. Sridharan has a BTech and postgraduate diploma in computer application and is working as a superintending engineer in the electricity department of Puducherry. He's a traditional yoga practitioner and has been practicing yoga since 2003. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sridharan sir to start our program.
Good evening, one and all. It is
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
it's my privilege to be deliver my speech on this occasion. In the first occasion, I would like to thank Mr. Balaji for having given this opportunity to deliver a speech on roles of meditation in human values and ethics. This is slightly of your regular webinars. At the outset, I would like to thank the Almighty for giving this opportunity to me. I'll give a brief introduction about myself. I am Sridharan. I've been practicing traditional yoga for the last 18 years.
and this has been a very long, fruitful journey as far as I'm concerned. Today, we are going to dwell into the aspects of Dhyanam in respect of our day-to-day human life and our ethics. In the first instance, I would like to tell that Dhyanam is not a separate aspect as far as the human being is concerned. It is a part of the human values that is called yogam. Yogam is nothing but the ancient art of yoga, of which Dhyanam is one of the aspects. It's considered to be the seventh state of yogam. India being the divine state has the blessing of the God, and we should be very privileged to be born in India and to live in India. Yoga has several meanings. The simplest meaning is to live a disciplined life and explore ourselves about our being in this universe. So it's normally conceived as is practice for longevity and body balance. Yoga has totally 24 aspects, out of which there are the first 8 aspects are very, very important. They are called yamam, asanam, pranayamam, pratyagaram, taranai, dhyanam, and samadhi. You can see that dhyanam is the 7th state under this yogam. It is called Attanga yogam. Attanga means 8, and yogam is the practice to be done by the human. Standalone aspect of human life, it is at the 7th state. So we will have to follow all the 6 aspects of yogam from 1 to 6, then only we can proceed to the dhyanam and then attain samadhi state. So we will be going through one by one in detail. Yamam is nothing but purification of our consciousness, which depicts that maintain truth in our life. We have to purify our consciousness. We have to be truthful to everyone, truthful to ourselves first, and then truthful to everyone. Don't think any bad about others. So this is definitely directly affects our own body. The more we purify our inner self, we will be moving towards the perfection of our life. Yamam is the basic requirement before we proceed into the 8 aspects of Attanga Yoga. That whatever we do, it is correct to us. However, as per the ethics and practices, whatever things we do, it shall not affect others' feelings and as well as ourselves. So whatever we hide, that directly affects our nervous system and as well as our heart. This deteriorates our health in general. So yamam is the basic requirement for a practicing yoga. It is normally conceived that yoga is nothing but yogasanas. It is not Yogasanas alone forms the yogam. So it is one part of the Ashtanga Yoga. Next is Niyamam. Niyamam is purification of one's own body. This can be attained only if you follow Niyamam strictly. The purification of body represents that we are to find our food intake. Whatever food which is not good or it gives fatigue, we should avoid taking these foods, and we should not indulge any act which affects the other human beings and other beings in this universe. You should first of all understand that we live in this world along with the nature. We should follow the nature as a whole and mingle with the nature and live along with it, not against it. The present generation, we have been taught to live whatever we like. That is not the actual practice we are supposed to live. We are actually moving towards the materialistic world, which is why we have been facing a lot of problems in our life. So Yamam and is yogic practice to streamline the inner organs. There are 25 inner organs which are interconnected with 72,000 nerves and blood veins, and there are 108 knots which are directly connected to these 25 inner parts. So it is very essential that we allow to tone up all our inner parts by doing asanas, which is created by our ancient siddhas. And one of the first siddha considered is Tirumular in southern part of India. So he has written so many verses under this, and this asanas plays a major role to streamline our body, inner parts, our nadi and blood veins. This can be achieved only if you follow Yamam and Niyamam at the first stage, which is very important. Practicing yoga is a very much needful at this point of time. We know that as and when we are in the world, we are controlled by the immediate next 5 elements, that is called, which are controlling ourselves and this world, and as well as there are 9 planets which also influences our human life, and there are numerous stars apart from which there is an universe. You should understand that we live in a universe and we cannot escape from any of its influences to our human body. So we can only live along with these controls, and we cannot escape from these aspects. So only way is we learn to live along with the nature and start practicing yoga, which will give us the best self-realization to live a better life. The next state is pranayama. Pranayama is nothing but the controlled flow of our air intake through our nostril. Most of us, we do not know what is going through our nostril. you should first of all understand that at any point of time, only one of our nostril will take air through our breathing. So every 1.5 hours, our breath starts shifting from left to right, right to left. Normally, we don't realize what is going into our nostril, and we have been rushing around here and there. So the flow of air within our nostril has an indirect influence about our human. What it is perceived is when we are praying, both the nostril will be breathing. So when we are taking an important work which is connected to the present day of yearning, our right nostril will function, and it gives all the emotions, and it creates all the world doings. And when it is on the left nostril, our body and mind becomes soft and it becomes calm. So this is the time at which we can take most of the decisions in a rightful manner, and this will give us the peaceful aspect in our life. So this is the pranayama. Pranayama normally takes all the inner organs to a peaceful state, and the oxygen flows into the each cell to the maximum level when we practice pranayama in a rightful way. So as I already told you, this yamam niyamam is the basic aspect of our life. So it requires our conscious effort to be more truthful to ourselves, to everyone, then control our body and intake. Whatever is toxic, we should avoid taking it, and whatever which is not so unnatural, we have to avoid it. We have to live along with the nature, not against it. Then comes the asanas. Asanas is the important aspect for toning up our inner organs, and as well as our veins and nerves, to make it perfect shape. The fourth one is the pranayama, which I just told you. It regulates our inner feelings and improves our day-to-day working. The next state is pratyagaram. Pratyagaram is nothing but controlling and streamlining the 5 sensory organs in our body. We should first of all understand that we are all influenced by 5 senses. So the sensory organs which are very important to our day-to-day interaction is our eyes, nose, our tongue, our whole body, and ears. So these are all the 5 fundamental organs which directly interacts. We interact with the universe, with others, through these 5 organs, and these senses and other feelings which we feel through these organs are 5 senses. So all these 5 senses to be streamlined. So when these 5 senses are interacting with the outside world, so we will have a lot of desire in our life. The same thing. So this is because of our whatever we see and we feel. So Tarani means we have to control and streamline all these five senses and flow it within ourselves. Actually, and in Taranai, all these five senses become more organized, and the five senses become inactive, and they flow within ourselves. So normally what we live is for the external influenced feelings, but we do not know what is happening within our body. This is a very big data bank. Normally the ancient siddhas, they mention that whatever available in the universe, it is available within ourselves. But the unfortunate thing is we do not realize what is within our body. We tend to look only outwards. This creates a lot of pleasures and lot of sufferings. So it is unfortunate that we don't have any other way to know what is inside. Yoga is the only practice which gives the rightful aspect of knowing, exploring ourselves, self-realization, and how to streamline our body and make ourselves healthier. So Taranai takes these five senses, controlling it, and flows within our body to realize what is there within our body. Next is Pratyagaram and Taranai. Taranai is the sixth state of this Ashtanga Yogam. It is nothing but the controlled five senses start exploring the soul within us. When we are born, the soul enters into our body as soon as we come out of the womb of our mother. So when as long as we are within the womb of our mother, the 9 months, we take all the feelings and our breathing through our umbilical cord from our mother. So as soon as we come out of the womb and we start the first breath, then we are engulfed with all the influences of the external world. So this gives all our present day feelings, our experiences, and it determines the whole life of our body. So this Taranai is nothing but controlled senses close and start exploring the soul. The soul and the five sensory connected with the universe through so many aspects, and once our body and mind becomes calm through this yogic practice, we start realizing what is inside within us, and this gives the ample aspect of knowing the external world. Whatever we realize within us is available in the universe. Normally, it has been researched and found that the brain is nothing but a clear-cut depiction of the universe and all its happenings, and within the brain, it's actually happening in the universe also. So this is the nerve center of the main center of the human body. So once the five sensory organs becomes calm and flows inwards, it starts self-exploring and exploring the place of soul, and then it goes into deep state of self-realization and the reason for our birth in this universe. So for every human being, there is a reason for being in this world. So we know that every action has a reaction. So our birth is nothing but the reaction of what we have done or our fathers and parents done. This is the reaction we are in this world. So in the present world, what we are living, we should be more careful about what we are doing. Every feeling or a good or bad thinking will have direct bearing on our future life also. So, as I told you, yamam is the purification of the consciousness. You always speak about the truth and you always non-jealous. You should be very kindful to others and we should be very thankful to the Almighty that we are at this stage. So we should be helpful to everyone and extend your help to all the mankind for which we have been blessed with. So this is very, very important aspect. So the main aspect of being in this world, there is a reason behind everything. The only aspect is we have to find out why we have been chosen as the human mankind. You all know that only human kind has the capability to realize and take decision accordingly, and this is a very good, very auspicious aspect of the human life for which we should be thankful to the Almighty. So these are the 6 states. Asanam, pranayamam, pratyagaram, dharanai. The next state is the dhyanam. So if you practice all these 6 aspects, then only the dhyanam starts. Dhyanam is nothing but the controlled 5 senses. It starts exploring the soul. They become unified and they start exploring within the human body. Then it starts exploring the universe about our incarnation as a human being. So Dhyanam is the 7th stage of the Attanga Yogam, and this Dhyanam gives the clarity in our life, how to live ourselves and what is the reason for which we have been born and what are the aspects we will have to follow to bestow our love to our fellow human being. We are all born to our father and mother, but in this world we are all interconnected. We should first of all understand that we don't live with what we have been blessed with. So there are so many other fellow humans, they are not blessed with what we have now. So it is our bounden duty that we should share with whatever we have in a best possible way, and whatever we start sharing will flow from us also. You should understand that you will never get drained as and when you start giving to others. It should be a give and take policy, and we should first of all understand that nature is the place where we have been born, and we should live along with the nature's aspects, and we cannot live against the nature. So Dhyanam is the seventh state, and the eighth state of the Ashtanga Yoga is Samadhi. So once if you become more conscious about the five sensory organs, it starts exploring the soul within us. It flows into the universe, and it explores the place where the soul has come from when we were born. So this is the Samadhi state, and all these aspects are not unachievable. This can be practiced in perfection, and this can be achieved in a rightful manner. So there are so many siddhas in this God's own country, and we are very blessed to be in this country. We should first of all put faith on our yogam taught by our ancient siddhas and other yogis in this land. So these are all the broad guidelines, and I have already told you that there are only 8 aspects I have told, and there are another 16 processes are there. They are called Ashtanga Yoga Peru, Attamasit. These are all the consequential resultant actions when you follow the first 8 states, that is Ashtanga Yogam. So nothing is unachievable when you follow this Ashtanga Yogam. So the only thing is we will have to realize ourselves, and this Ashtanga Yogam actually benefits our human life and day-to-day activities, and this gives our clear understand about the ethics of life. We start practicing it, and this is very important aspect as far as we are concerned. So to mark this yoga, the International Yoga Day has been fixed on 21st June in the world, and it has been adopted in all over India. So we as a human being follow all the aspects of yamam, niyamam, yoga, asanam, pranayamam, pratyagaram, dharana, dhyanam, and samadhi. I have already told you, dhyanam is not just sitting in a posture. It requires a lot of meditated aspects, the first 6 aspects. So these are all the important aspects which we follow in our day-to-day life. So these 8 states have been clearly depicted in the yogis literature written thousands of years ago. The first siddha to be considered sacred is Tirumular, who is believed to live for thousands of years. He has written Tirumandiram. This is the only book which is called Mandiram. Mandiram is chanting, as far as we know, and all his verses are called Mandiram. So he has covered all the aspects of the human life as a whole by self-realization, through which he has written this Tirumandiram. So Tirumandiram actually goes in details about the Ashtanga Yogam, which I have been telling you. So the main thing is whatever the human being is practicing now is thinks about the present days outside the outer appearances only. So we are actually hiding whatever we are depicting to the world. So the inner அகத்தின் அழகு முகத்தில் தெரியும். So when our inner is purified, so it directly depicts our outer appearances and gives us the best appearance and best presentation to the general, and it gives a clear-cut aspect of our life, how to lead our life, analyze all the actions we take day to day, and the aspect of this Attanga Yogam should be performed on a daily basis, not on a regular basis. So this is a part and parcel of our life. Yogam in general is called a disciplined way of life is called yogam, and beyond which there is nothing else. So whatever we are living now is a materialistic world. So under this stressful world, we should be practicing yoga in a sincere way, which will give our clear-cut lifestyle and as well as lead our children in a rightful manner. So self-realization is one of the main aspects, and without the basic requirement of niyamam, we cannot proceed further. So my humble request to all, start practicing the ethics taught by our elders, and as well as whatever our mind says, we have to go along with our mind voice and not hear about the selfishness. We have to first of all shed our selfishness. So whatever is supposed to come will definitely come to us. Nothing can stop from getting all this goodness and other aspects. So we'll have to think our fellow human beings, nature, and we start practicing this yoga in a rightful manner. So this yogam actually gives us a clear-cut, purified state of mind and control our actions in this universe, and our clear-cut thought about the present day living and longevity of life and body preservance techniques. Dhyanam should be practiced on a daily basis. I will tell you one thing, the dhyana can be performed only when the left nostril, through left nostril we are breathing takes place. So as I already told you, even you can now check your breathing, it goes through any one of the nostril. Normally it goes through right nostril. When you start the left nostril, probably your mind will be moving around. So the best time for practicing dhyanam is the early hours. So that is 4:32 and 6 o'clock. So our present day lifestyle is very, very complicated, and we have been awake up to midnight and we are sleeping beyond the sunrise. So I've already told you the niyamam is purification of body. One aspect of this is you have to rise before the sunrise. What we have been preached by our elders is before sunrise you should get up. So you should start practicing to early to bed, early to rise. See, 4:32 and 6 o'clock is the time where the oxygen availability in this universe is the maximum. Our body has the capability of capturing, absorbing all this oxygen during this period at the peak, and this gives each and every cells of our body to get toned up with maximum oxygen intake. So Dhyana should be practiced at the early hours. That is called Brahma Muhurtam. So the sitting posture is we have to clear all our take bath, clear all our food outtake, excretion, and sit in a calm state in a separate room, as far as possible, on a white cloth, which is more beneficial for the practicing dhyanam. At the first, probably we may feel not suitable for this dhyanam, but it may take some more time. We should start practicing yogasanas to your nearby yoga centers as far as possible. You should get trained from yoga guru in the nearest place so that dhyanam becomes more beneficial to us, and you should start practicing these aspects in a rightful way. And it is a very long drawn process. Dhyanam is a very long drawn process. So it will take more time and more practice. Practice alone can make a human being perfect in all aspects. So you have to start practicing, streamlining your way of life. Niyamam, then the niyamam is the second state. Don't indulge in Western foods as far as possible. You take whatever foods which we have been taught to be taken by our elders. So we will have to follow our native foods at the first step. Start avoiding non-veg, which is not, we are not actually inclined, or our body is not suitable for taking all this. As far as possible, these type of foods and greeneries in our day-to-day food. So dhyanam can be achieved only by practicing the first 6 aspects. Then only we will start realizing the most benefit out of the dhyanam. This dhyanam gives the clear-cut way of living, and it also gives us the ethics of our lives, to improve our ethics in our life. As a human being, we are more inclined and subjected to ethics. So apart from ethics, nothing else is there. Ethics has already been, we are also, our mind also knows what is right and what is wrong. So we should be very, very careful about our day-to-day activities. you should know what is right and what is wrong. Nobody needs to teach us what is right. So the only thing is we will have to analyze before we start doing any activity, even if it is called thinking. It has been examined and proved that the universe is nothing but a magnetic field which stores all the data. Whatever we think now, it is stored in this universe, and this can be retrieved by the human being. Human being has the unique capability of capturing the recordings in the universe through our nostril. That is called pituitary gland. There is a pituitary gland within our brain, within our eyebrows. This is called pituitary gland. This has the capability of realizing the recordings of the universe. So as far as possible, if we have a bad feeling, better not to indulge in these things. As soon as you think about something bad, it directly records in the universe. This will give the your next feedback when we follow our life. So it is always have a better and clear-cut thinking about others. Should have bestow our love and kindness to fellow human beings, and as well as you should be kind enough to be our nature. Every day we have to worship our nature in a wholehearted way. This will give a positive result to our overall aspect of this human life. So it is at the first instance, when you start early in the morning, you better you pray for the goodness of everyone at the first stage. This will directly give feel good on ourselves. So it is better that we follow the ethics of the life devoted by our elders. Bed, we have to cleanse ourselves, then sit in a alone in a room and start just listening, just understanding the flow of our intake of breath through our nostril. We have to concentrate our intake of breath. We just start examining how it flows. It is a very difficult proposition at the first stage because we will not be able to control or concentrate on the flow of air within our nostril. It's a difficult proposition because we have so many other works which are going to follow in the rest of the day. So at the first instance, it will be very difficult. Probably we may start concentrating for a 5 seconds, few seconds, then our mind starts going away from what we are doing. So the continuous practice of sitting and concentrating on our breath will directly gives us, slowly it gives us the self-realization, and the action which we are going to take in our future life will start in a efficient analysis and start taking decisions in a rightful manner. So for all these aspects, yamam, niyamam, and asanam and pranayam, all these are all very much required to practice dhyanam in a rightful manner and a fruitful manner. And this, at present, there are so many classes are being taught about dhyanam at the first stage, which we cannot directly delve into the seventh state of the Atanga Yogam. So we should understand what we have learned today and start practicing it in a rightful manner. So as a human being, we have been given a responsibility of living in a place where we have to teach everyone what is right and what is wrong, for which we have to explore ourselves at the first state and then start practicing it, this dhyanam. So our inner concentration only will alone increase our self-realization. Self-realization gives lot of wisdom. This wisdom will give lot of end results, and these end results will give a clear-cut way of life, which is very, very, very much important. And the dhyanam, which I have been telling you, is now the major aspects of this Atanga Yogam. If you have any questions, you can just ask.
Participants, if you have any questions, you can post it in the chat box. Sir will answer. Participants? Induja is there? Yes, yes.
While
So,
sleeping, what should be the posture in which we should sleep so that we get a sound sleep and the thoughts are controlled?
Yes, sir. Actually, let me tell you, sir. I will just tell you one thing, sir. The temple which are built by our ancient siddhas gives our clear picture about how we practice ourselves. When you go to a temple where go to Chidambaram, you can see our sleeping posture of our God. The best posture is you have to keep your head towards south and sleep face east. This is the best posture. So our head should be at the towards south and our feet should be towards north. You should face towards east. I will tell you one thing why I am insisting on this. I have already told you in only one direction, that is in one nostril for 1.5 hours at a time. So this flow of nostril can be controlled by putting pressure on the other side. So our body, if you split into two parts, right and left, if you give pressure on the left side, your breathing will take place on the right side. So when you sleep facing east, you are putting pressure on the right side of your body, which gives your flow of air on the left nostril. Left nostril, I already told you, this is the calm state of our mind, which gives a better sleep. So this is what depicted in the Nadaraja temple, Sri Ranganatha temple, where you can see the deity is sleeping, holding a hand, right hand on his head towards and head towards south. This is the best posture as far as we are concerned. Any other questions, please?
Over to you, Indija.
Yes, sir. A question has been posted. What is the difference between Prakriti and Sanskriti?
Can you just
Yeah, actually, I just want to answer that question. Since sir is practicing, that is, we are practicing the yogic principles given by Tamil literature. Okay, it is believed that there is a saint who lived for 3,000 years, and he gave a book. He written a book, something called as Tirumandram. Our practice is purely based on that. The question what you raised in Sanskrit and Sanskrit is purely based on the northern part of yogic things. For which we don't have much thing on that. Okay.
Balaji, I'll just ask you, can you ask me in simple terms, what would you like to have? No.
Actually, sir, they're asking the question something like, what is Prakriti and what is Sanskriti? I think it is a quote used in this thing.
Sanskrit, Sanskrit.
Sanskrit, sir. That is what, sir.
Sir, actually, I have some more questions, sir. How to calm and be patient when we aren't getting desired results?
Yes.
So, I told you, sir, the breathing is in the right nostril. We get anger. We don't. We are actually inclined to the present world. So the better thing is you just change your breathing to the left nostril. The left nostril considered to be the calmness, which gives calmness to us. So it can be achieved easily. Just put pressure on your right feet so that after some time your breath starts flowing to the left. So this gives calmness to yourself and a clear-cut thinking about what you are doing. Any other questions, please?
Yes, sir. There are 3 more questions. Indija, please read it.
Yeah.
How to
No,
practice?
sir, that's it.
Yeah, how to practice deep breathing?
Sir, actually, as a human being, normally we intake not more than 35% of our lungs. So our normal breathing, it takes only 35%, and rest of the thing are not being used by the human being. So deep breathing is nothing but taking breathe in a complete manner. This can be achieved only during the early hours when we empty our stomach, we take a bath, and 4:30 to 6 we have the deep breathing. The deep breathing starts from our stomach, start filling from our stomach, then chest and up to our neck. And the exhale slowly from the neck and the lungs, and then ultimately it ends at the our bottommost part of the stomach. So this is the deep practicing of breathing. This should be not be done in a very forceful manner. It should be in a very calm state only. We will have to do this deep breathing. And one more question, I have just see which sense is the most important. Actually, as far as the 5 senses are concerned, all the 5 senses are very important. Out of which 3 has most influence to our day-to-day life. That is the eyes, nose, and ear. Based on these influences only. So whatever we see, we want to possess. Whatever we hear, we want to perform. Whatever we feel through our nose, we want to take as a food. And these are all the 3 important aspects which gives all our goodness, badness, and influence our life also. These are the three important senses.
There is another question. Yeah, what is the
Yes.
connection between yoga and psychology? As nowadays, yoga is a part of psychology course everywhere.
Actually, yoga is the ultimate way of living. And psychology is nothing but a part of the yoga. So yoga is self-realization by performing all these aspects which I have told you, Attanga Yogam. So yoga is nothing but disciplined way of life is called yoga. So the end result is self-realization is the end result. Then longevity of life and clear-cut thinking about what we are doing now. So these are all the end results. So whatever you are asked is only part and parcel of the yoga, and it is not something different from what you have told.
The next question is how to make the young generation realize the importance of meditation.
See, the only thing is we will have to be a teacher. First of all, we have to practice ourselves. Then only our wards will start doing it. We are, as far as we are concerned, our father and mother are the first teacher in our life. Then only comes the other persons. So we have to start practicing ourselves. We should be a role model to our wards. So whatever benefits we are experiencing will definitely have an influence on our children also. So first we learn to streamline ourselves, realize the only thing is the present day children are more influenced with the lot of external world gadgets. So we have to start first of all practicing yoga first for ourselves, then start depicting as the guru to our children.
Sir, I think there are a few more questions.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Induja, can I read it out?
Yes, the next question is how to make mind calm and stop overthinking. As we all know, that is the foremost reason for anxiety. Is there a way to get a sound sleep?
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. The only thing is, I will tell you, the mind is in result of our whatever intake from the universe is a very big magnetic field. It stores all the thinking which has been done so far. Whatever whatever we think also is stored in this universe. I've already told you the right nostril gives emotions, other anger, feeling, and the left nostril flow will give calmness to us. The only thing is just change your breathing. You just check your breathing. It will be very difficult at the initial stages to know how how the breathings take place. You just hold your finger and just feel in which nostril your breath is flowing. If it is on the right nostril, your mind will not be calm. You just give pressure to your right side. That just give pressure to your right side. Just stand up and give pressure to your right side. And few minutes, you can start feeling your left nostril started breathing. This will calm your mind. And the only thing is anxiety. Anxiety is nothing but whatever we think that is not happening to us. The only thing we should know, whatever is happening is all premeditated and pre-recorded. Nothing is within our hands. The only thing is we will have to, along with what is happening to us, you have to start analyzing what is the basic cause of anxiety. Then you just think over what will be the best solution. We are the best judge to ourselves. Nobody else can teach us what is to be done. We know. The only thing is we don't use our brain more than maybe 5 to 10%. That is, so our brain is a supercomputer which has not been explored in full. So we will have to think. Thinking is the best thing. When anxiety comes, you go and sit in a separate calm place. Just think what is the basic cause for this anxiety? What is the reason for the anxiety? You find solutions. There are empty number of solutions, and the best solution is only known by us. It should not affect others. If it is to be experienced, please experience it, because it cannot be rescheduled or anything else. Whatever we are feeling, any suffering, we will have to experience so that it is not repeated. Any other question, please?
Is there any relationship between karma and meditation?
Yes, madam. Actually, the karma is, there are different aspects of karma. Whatever we have done in the earlier incarnation, if it is not experienced, it will follow in this human life also. Whatever not experienced by our father and mother and their we are doing so many things which starts building our karma. The meditation actually gives us the clear picture of what we have done and what will be its end results. So this gives our clear-cut analytical ability to how to experience the end result of karma. Nobody can escape from karma, because whatever we have done will directly come to us. So every action has a reaction. So whatever we do, it is not only the activity, but it also the feeling. Even if you feel something bad about anybody else, definitely you will also experience the end result of it. So meditation gives a better frame of mind to find what we have done and what we are going to experience. Karma cannot be reduced or eliminated through meditation, but it can only be analyzed in a detailed manner and take or realize, and it gives our strength to face the end result of karma, nothing else. Any other question, please?
Yes, the next question is, what is the right time to sleep and how many hours of sleep is needed?
So when we are in a materialistic world at this point of time, our minimum time for sleeping is 6 to 7 hours. So the right time is when you take, normally as per the niyama, food should be taken when the sun is available. So from morning 7 to evening 6 o'clock is the right time for taking food. After taking food, the bowel should get digested, then only you go to sleep. So the best time is around 8:30 to 9 till morning 4:30. 4:30 before sunrise, we have to get up. There is no other escape from this. You have to get up before sunrise. The best thing is you go to sleep before 8:30 to 9. And the present day world, I think it's very difficult. But however, you will have to find a way solution for this way of living. Any other questions, please?
In the field of research, there is a constant pressure of getting published in good journals and to self-motivate to do more. What are your thoughts on this and any suggestions?
Yes, I understand. In the field of research, the research scholars are more subjected to these kind of pressures. As I've already told you, you should start practicing yoga. That is the only way. So when I started yoga during 2003, I was in an immense pressure. I just lost my mind. Somehow I was blessed with the aspect of knowing yoga, and it has given me a very good analytical ability. Level. So more self-motivation comes only if we have a clear mind and body, which comes through only this yoga, practicing of yogasanas, deep breathing, and then meditation will give you a better frame of mind, so that it gives a strength for preparation of good journals and give clear-cut direction about how to achieve this. Any other question, please?
Final question, sir.
Yes.
As a teacher, how do we make our students handle stress and anxiety?
Yes, that is a very difficult proposition when a teacher. As I have already told you, our students are our children. First of all, we should know they are from different aspects of the life, different places they are coming. The only thing is we will have to understand, first of all, what is their background, from where they are coming, under what circumstances they are living. It is somewhat difficult, but as a teacher, we will have to first of all find out, or we have to be very, very cautious, and we should start practicing dhyana, and this will give our better frame of mind to know their present state of living, so that we should give a better solution to them, so that they get clear-cut aspect of handling the stress.
Any more questions? Good book to read. So somebody asking whether can you suggest some good book to read, sir?
Actually, the only thing is whatever those books which contains the aspects of yoga. In Tamil, there are so many books. I don't know whether you know Tamil or not. If it is, so I've been from 2003, I've been reading Thirumandiram. Thirumandiram is written by the first ancient Siddhar, Thirumular. So I have been reading this on a daily basis. So this gives a clear-cut picture, clear-cut mind, And the Tirumandaram contains all the aspects of the our human life, and it is a very good book by Tirumular. It's the only book I can suggest, nothing else. Any other questions, please?
If you don't have any questions, it's a time for closing the session. Induja? Over to you, Induja.
I would like to thank our speaker, Mr. Sridharan sir, for the sublime and intuitive session we had today. A session which is useful for people from all walks of life in this fast-paced world. Thank you, sir, for opening up new, innovative avenues of thoughts for us to carry with us through life. With that, we will be concluding today's session. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, officially the session is closed for today. We'll meet tomorrow morning. The session is 9:15, so be on time. Maybe 9 o'clock. Okay, don't join at 9:15. Right? Okay, Induja, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you may leave now.